case is concerned. Here's a quick report.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
Now shifting our focus to UP, as far as firing at Disha Patani's Bareilly house is concerned, we are learning that it did not take place just once but twice. Republic TV has exclusively learned that the gunning that happened on September 12th was the second instance in the last 25 hours. Earlier on Thursday morning, around 4:30 a.m. in the morning, one of Jagdish Patani's neighbors heard the shooting sound and found that 2 empty shells outside the house. And speaking to Republic Bharat, in fact, Dinesh Tandon revealed that there was aerial firing outside Patani's house on Thursday. When it came out of his house around 6 o'clock in the morning, he found the shells were lying there, and the women living on the first floor told him that she had heard a noise like a gunshot in the morning. Now, in fact, this is as far as the attack on Disha Patani's house is concerned. We have more breaking news coming in as far as the firing is concerned. According to the police sources, shooters used the same bike while firing for the second time. They also carried out the recce of Disha Patani's house, and those are the visuals on your screen of the miscreants, in fact, doing the recce of that area and the firing that took place on Thursday. Have a look.
ये बड़ा खुलासा है क्योंकि पहली फायरिंग जो है वो गुरुवार की सुबह होती है। ये देखिए, ये गली है, गली के 5वां मकान जो है दिशा पाटनी का मकान है। और ऐसा हमने जब पड़ोसियों से बातचीत करी तो उनका ये कहना था कि गुरुवार की सुबह 4:30 बजे के आसपास यहाँ पे फायरिंग हुई। जब पड़ोसी सुबह 6 बजे के आसपास यहाँ घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो इस जगह से खाली खोखे जो है वो रिकवर किया जाता है। दूसरा खाली खोखा जो है शेल वो यहाँ से रिकवर किया जाता है। तो इससे ये बात जाहिर है कि गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर खड़े होकर हमलावरों ने हवाई फायरिंग की थी, 2 राउंड फायरिंग की थी, जिसकी जानकारी दिशा पाटनी के परिवार को नहीं थी। पड़ोसियों ने ये जानकारी जो थी परिवार को दी जाती है, लेकिन हमलावर को ये पता चला कि इन तक ये बात नहीं पहुंची कि हमलावरों ने गुरुवार की सुबह फायरिंग की है। और शुक्रवार की सुबह यहां से एक बार फिर से दोनों हमलावर बाइक पर आते हैं, यहां पर रुकते हैं, पिस्टल निकालते हैं और इसी जगह पे घर के फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देते हैं। दीवार पे जो है बड़े बड़े मार्क्स नजर आ रहे हैं। 8 से 9 राउंड फायरिंग होती है और मकसद यही था कि बदमाशों की परिवार को डराना, दहशत मिलाना, और इसी कारण उन्होंने ये समय चुना और इसी दौरान जो है लगातार फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर थे वो फरार हो जाते हैं। फिलहाल अभी तक की जांच में निकलकर सामने आया कि अभी हमलावरों की पहचान नहीं हो पाई है क्योंकि पुलिस जो है उनके फॉरवर्ड रूट को ट्रैक कर रही है। लेकिन जैसे ही ये फायरिंग का इंसिडेंट होता है तो बरेली पुलिस एक्टिव हो जाती है। और ये पीछे की ओर आप ये देखिए कि अब फिलहाल 24 घंटे जो है बरेली पुलिस के जवानों को दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सुरक्षा के लिए यहाँ पे तैनात किया गया है। शिफ्ट वाइज जो है पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पे तैनात रहते हैं। मकसद यही है कि दोबारा से ऐसा इंसिडेंट ना हो और इन्हीं बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए पुलिस यहाँ पे एक्टिव है। और अभी फिलहाल एसपी सिटी जो है बरेली वो अंदर मौजूद हैं। वो दिशा पाटनी के परिवार से मुलाकात करने पहुंचे हैं। उनका स्टेटमेंट जो है वो यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड किया जा रहा है क्योंकि जिस जगह पे हम मौजूद हैं गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर हमलावर पहुंचते ज़रूर हैं। वो 2 राउंड हवा में फायर करते हैं। वो हवा में फायर करने के बाद यहाँ से बाहर निकल जाते हैं। ये जो आप पीछे की आप ये देख रहे हैं ये रामपुर रोड है। आगे से जाएंगे चौराहे पे झुमका चौक आता है, वहाँ से हाईवे जुड़ जाता है। तो ऐसा सोर्स ये बता रहे हैं कि शुक्रवार और गुरुवार की सुबह दोनों हमलावर झुमका चौक से रामपुर रोड पे आते हैं। रामपुर रोड से सिविल लाइंस पे पहुंचते हैं और यहाँ से जो है इस चौड़ी गली के अंदर आते हैं और इस जगह पे इस घर को निशाना बनाते हैं, क्योंकि पहले घर की रैकी की गई और रैकी करने के बाद दिशा पाटनी के इसी फर्स्ट फ्लोर को ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग कर देते हैं। उन हमलावरों को ये भी जानकारी थी कि जिस समय उन्होंने फायरिंग कर दी है उस वक्त दिशा पाटनी का पिता, उनकी बड़ी बहन और बाकी परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो घर के अंदर ही मौजूद थे। तो कुल मिला के देखा जाए तो बदमाशों का मकसद ये था कि दहशत में लाना, एक डर का माहौल पैदा करना, उसी मकसद से घर को निशाना किया जाता है। कोई घायल नहीं हुआ और फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर है वो फरार हो जाते हैं। लेकिन
Holy Brar gang has taken responsibility for this attack, saying that they were enraged by the comments that were made by Disha Patani's sister, Khushbu Patani. We'll keep tracking this story very closely for you. And for now, let's have a look at the top national stories of the day in under 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Women workers of Shiv Sena UBG staged a protest in Mumbai with sindoor in their hand, opposing the India versus Pakistan match in Asia Cup 2025 scheduled today. Party chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that Shiv Sena UBG women workers will come out on the streets in Maharashtra and send sindoor from every house to the Prime Minister. A joint counter-terrorist mock exercise was conducted at Delhi airport this morning, and this exercise is aimed at bolstering the threat response mechanism, enhancing the preparedness and ensuring that there's seamless coordination among all the security and the emergency response agencies. A massive fire broke out this morning in Sangvi Organics Private Limited in GIDC Panoli. Thick smoke and flames were visible from a distance as multiple fire tenders rushed to the spot and began firefighting operations. No casualty has been reported so far. And now shifting our focus to the United States, an Indian national working at a motel in Dallas in Texas was brutally killed by a Cuban migrant who was previously released from the United States immigration custody after they refused to accept his deportation. And Republic TV is the only Indian media network reporting from this area, even as American media blacks out the beheading of Indian national there. Watch the exclusive ground report sent by Rajalal from Republic TV.
This incident happened in Dallas, Texas, in a motel called Downtown Suites, right across a golf course where I am standing right now. This place is very close to Interstate 30. The incident described as Jordanis Kobos Martinez, an illegal resident in the United States, attacked the manager of this Downtown Suites, Mr. Chandramouli Nagamalaya. Nagamalaya asked Martinez not to use a broken washing machine using a translator. Martinez got angry and he attacked Nagamalaya using a machete. Nagamalaya ran out of the motel and Martinez followed him. He attacked him and cut his throat, and he removed his head out of his body. He kicked his head into the parking lot, and later on he put that head into the nearby dumpster that was situated right next to the motel office. We approached the motel staff and they were not ready to comment on the incident. We tried to speak to many people in this area and none of them were ready to come in front of the camera and comment on this incident. Martinez is now under police custody and the incident is now being investigated by the police.
And back in India, panic gripped Bharuch in Gujarat this morning after a massive fire broke out at a chemical plant in Panoli Industrial Estate. But thankfully, there have been no casualties that have been reported so far. The cause of the fire is still under the investigation. Here's the report.
A major disaster struck in Gujarat this morning as a major fire erupted at the Sangvi Organics plant in the GIDC Panoli. Thick plumes of smoke and towering flames sent alarm rippling through nearby villages, forcing residents to rush out of their homes in fear. Workers were quickly evacuated. Authorities sounded alerts for residents in Sanjali and surrounding areas as the fire tenders rushed in to douse the blaze. More than half a dozen fire engines were seen battling the flames for hours. The exact cause of the fire is still under investigation. Panoli GIDC is a major industrial hub in Bharuch, housing dozens of chemical units. Such incidents raise serious questions about safety protocols and emergency preparedness in these high-risk zones. Investigations will now determine whether negligence led to this inferno.
And now let's tell you about a very concerning story that is coming in from UP. Major tragedy was averted at the Lucknow airport earlier today. Indigo plane with 151 passengers on board stopped on the runway. In fact, Samajwadi Party MP Dimple Yadav was among the 151 people who were on board this flight. Have a look.
देश की राजधानी लखनऊ से दिल्ली के लिए उड़ान भर रहे एक जहाज को उसके पायलट ने इमरजेंसी ब्रेक लगाकर रोक दिया। दरअसल लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पर यह घटना घटी। एयरपोर्ट की हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। इसी एयरपोर्ट पर आपसे कुछ देर पहले 11:10 के आसपास दिल्ली से जाने के लिए एक इंडिगो का जहाज उड़ने जा रहा था, लेकिन जब वो जहाज टेक ऑफ करने के लिए अपने रनवे पर आता है, पायलट जहाज उड़ाने से पहले बताया जा रहा है कि जो उसे थ्रस्ट है वो नहीं मिलता है। ऐसे में इमरजेंसी ब्रेक दबाता है, जहाज को रोकता है, एटीसी को जानकारी देता है और इस जहाज को वापस बे की तरफ लेकर जाया जाता है। बताया जा रहा है कि जहाज में तकनीकी कमियों के चलते इस जहाज को टेक ऑफ करने से पहले रोक दिया गया और इसके बाद दूसरे जहाज से यात्रियों को दिल्ली भेजा गया। इंडिगो की तरफ से जानकारी दी गई है कि तकनीकी कारणों के चलते जहाज को बदला गया। जिस जहाज से पहले यात्री यात्रा कर रहे थे उसे रोक दिया गया। यात्रा करने के लिए उस जहाज में तकरीबन 151 यात्री थे। उत्तर प्रदेश से ही सांसद डिम्पल वर्मा, समाजवादी पार्टी की बड़ी नेता, वो भी इस जहाज में मौजूद थी और जो पायलट है उसकी सूझबूझ के चलते एक बड़ी दुर्घटना होने से रुक गई। लखनऊ में एयरपोर्ट में ये पूरी घटनाक्रम घटा।
We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about how Prime Minister Modi has called out the Congress party's abuse politics. He has said that the Congress party insulted Hazarika on Bharat Ratna. And also on the other side, we'll tell you about how Prime Minister has pledged to make Assam infiltrators free. He has said that illegal immigrants are changing the demography. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
From India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was US's most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple. Start acting a certain way. Do not
what do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistic, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so do you
were you raised by a two-parent
Yes,
household?
I was.
Okay, good, and that's why you are probably here. Because
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
One question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed. The time was fixed. But the person behind it or the mastermind behind it, I'm also unknown who did it. But there are few conspiracy theories. I don't want to go on them. But yeah, there are a few conspiracy theories like who might have done this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you as a youth. I'm part of. I consider myself a part of the youth in India, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that the frustration, the anger of the youth, the passion of the youth, and everything that you passionately felt for has been somewhere been taken advantage of, given only the kind of rioting, arson that we have seen in Nepal, like to burn down your parliament? I understand there is anger, right? But to burn down parliament, burn down homes, burn down hotels, like many properties which are not even linked. Do you feel that maybe somewhere that's been taken advantage of?
So you used that one word called infiltration, right?
Yeah.
So exactly that happened. Because Gen Zs were never supposed to do that. It was ignited by people who were not supposed to be there. And okay, parliament burning, it's like a very big deal. And burning is not even the solution, right? And there are a lot of people who even, there is this place called Singadorwar. It has a lot of historical significance.
Yeah.
And somehow it also got burned, like it did.
Yeah.
And Gen Zs were not the ones to do it. They were criminals, basically. And in literally a building side by my house, thank God it was so good building. It didn't even burn. Like that building got burned from inside only. It was so good, like nothing happened outside and other ones were not harmed. But people who did that, they were just drunk, they were high, and they did this. And these were just infiltrators. Like they were just infiltrators.
I've seen a video of youth holding guns outside the parliament. There is a video, I'm sure you've seen that video as well, of youth holding rifles outside the parliament. There are videos of them holding rifles in different parts of Kathmandu. When you look at, you've seen that video, right? I mean, they're holding rifles. Now, are these rifles that they snatch from the police?
Yeah, they are the rifles they snatched. Like, they didn't independently had it.
Right.
They were like, when they were protesting, somewhere it got dropped.
Yeah.
And they carried, and they were just like, they didn't even have the bullets for this, by the way.
Okay. So you're saying they were empty, they were just dummies and they didn't have bullets in them?
No, they were not dummies. They took it from police.
They took it
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है।
Prime Minister Modi calls out Congress abuse and says that Congress insulted Hazarika on Bharat Ratna.
कांग्रेस देश विरोधियों की, घुसपैठियों की भी बहुत बड़ी रक्षक बन चुकी है। कांग्रेस जब सत्ता में थी तो घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देती थी।
Prime Minister pledges to make Assam infiltrators free, says illegal immigrants changing demography. Second firing outside Disha, active Disha's residence, 9 teams formed, shooters still at large. Indigo flight stops on runway during takeoff. SV MP Dimple Yadav was among 151 passengers on board. Protest and anger against India versus Pakistan match grows. Families of victims speak out. Was aid meant for relief diverted? Pakistan funding reconstruction of LET headquarters destroyed in Operation Sindoor. Viewers, if you're live and breaking, I'm Shivanga Shukla getting you the latest. Firing at Disha Patani's Bareilly house took place not once but twice. Republic exclusively learned that the gunning that happened on September 12th was the second instance in 25 hours. Earlier on Thursday morning around 4:30 a.m., one of Jagdish Patani's neighbors heard the shooting sound and found 2 empty shells outside his house. Speaking to Republic Bharat, Dinesh Tandon revealed that there was aerial firing outside Patani's house on Thursday. When he came out of his house around 6 a.m., he found that the shells, and the woman living on the first floor told him that she had heard a noise like a gunshot in the morning. So what we see right now is Republic has accessed the entire timeline of the events. And we have our reporters on the ground getting you these updates. Take a look.
ये बड़ा खुलासा है क्योंकि पहली फायरिंग जो है वो गुरुवार की सुबह होती है। ये देखिए, ये गली है, गली के 5वां मकान जो है दिशा पाटनी का मकान है। और ऐसा हमने जब पड़ोसियों से बातचीत करी तो उनका ये कहना था कि गुरुवार की सुबह 4:30 बजे के आसपास यहाँ पे फायरिंग हुई। जब पड़ोसी सुबह 6 बजे के आसपास यहाँ घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो इस जगह से खाली खोखे जो है वो रिकवर किया जाता है। दूसरा खाली खोखा जो है शेल वो यहाँ से रिकवर किया जाता है। तो इससे ये बात जाहिर है कि गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर खड़े होकर हमलावरों ने हवाई फायरिंग की थी, 2 राउंड फायरिंग की थी, जिसकी जानकारी दिशा पाटनी के परिवार को नहीं थी। पड़ोसियों ने ये जानकारी जो थी परिवार को दी जाती है, लेकिन हमलावर को ये पता चला हालांकि इन तक ये बात नहीं पहुंची कि हमलावरों ने गुरुवार की सुबह फायरिंग की है। और शुक्रवार की सुबह यहाँ से एक बार फिर से दोनों हमलावर बाइक पर आते हैं, यहाँ पर रुकते हैं, पिस्टल निकालते हैं और इसी जगह पे घर के फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देते हैं। दीवार पे जो है बड़े बड़े मार्क्स नज़र आ रहे हैं। 8 से 9 राउंड फायरिंग होती है और मकसद यही था कि बदमाशों की परिवार को डराना, दहशत में लाना, और इसी कारण उन्होंने ये समय चुना और इसी दौरान जो है लगातार फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर थे वो फरार हो जाते हैं। फिलहाल अभी तक की जांच में निकल कर सामने आया कि अभी हमलावरों की पहचान नहीं हो पाई है, क्योंकि पुलिस जो है उनके फॉरवर्ड रूट को ट्रैक कर रही है। लेकिन जैसे ही ये फायरिंग का इंसिडेंट होता है तो बरेली पुलिस एक्टिव हो जाती है। और ये पीछे की ओर आप ये देखिए कि अब फिलहाल 24 घंटे जो है बरेली पुलिस के जवानों को दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सुरक्षा के लिए यहाँ पे तैनात किया गया है। शिफ्ट वाइज जो है पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पे तैनात रहते हैं। मकसद यही है कि दोबारा से ऐसा इंसिडेंट ना हो, और इन्हीं बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए पुलिस यहाँ पे एक्टिव है। और अभी फिलहाल एसपी सिटी जो है बरेली वो अंदर मौजूद है। वो दिशा पाटनी के परिवार से मुलाकात करने पहुंचे हैं। उनका स्टेटमेंट जो है वो यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस जगह पे हम मौजूद हैं गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर हमलावर पहुंचते ज़रूर हैं। वो 2 राउंड हवा में फायर करते हैं। वो हवा में फायर करने के बाद यहाँ से बाहर निकल जाते हैं। ये जो आप पीछे की आप ये देख रहे हैं ये रामपुर रोड है। आगे से जाएंगे चौराहे पे झुमका चौक आता है, वहाँ से हाईवे जुड़ जाता है। तो ऐसा सोर्स ये बता रहे हैं कि शुक्रवार और गुरुवार की सुबह दोनों हमलावर झुमका चौक से रामपुर रोड पे आते हैं, रामपुर रोड से सिविल लाइंस पे पहुंचते हैं और यहाँ से जो है इस चौड़ी गली के अंदर आते हैं और इस जगह पे इस घर को निशाना बनाते हैं, क्योंकि पहले घर की रैकी की गई और रैकी करने के बाद दिशा पाटनी के इसी फर्स्ट फ्लोर को ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग कर देते हैं। उन हमलावर को ये भी जानकारी थी कि जिस समय उन्होंने फायरिंग कर दी है उस वक्त दिशा पाटनी का पिता, उनकी बड़ी बहन और बाकी परिवार के लोग जो है वो घर के अंदर ही मौजूद थे। तो कुल मिला के देखा जाए तो बदमाशों का मकसद ये था कि दहशत में लाना, एक डर का माहौल पैदा करना, उसी मकसद से घर को निशाना किया जाता है। कोई घायल नहीं हुआ और फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर है वो फरार हो जाते हैं। लेकिन गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा, गैंगस्टर गोल्डी बरार जो इस समय विदेश में बैठे हुए हैं और वहीं से पूरे नेक्सस को ऑपरेट करते हैं, क्योंकि ये पूरी जो हमले की जिम्मेदारी है वो गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा गोल्डी बरार ने ली है। सोशल मीडिया पे एक पोस्ट भी अपलोड किया गया, एक ऑडियो भी सामने आया जिसमें गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा बोल रहा है कि दिशा पटानी के घर पर जो फायरिंग की है वो उनके शूटर्स ने करवाई है, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि संत महात्मा जो कि अनिरुद्धाचार्य और प्रेमानंद महाराज जी के जैसे कि विवादित टिप्पणी की है दिशा पाटनी की बड़ी बहन खुशबू पाटनी ने, तो उसी से नाराज होकर जो है गैंगस्टर के शूटर्स ने ये फायरिंग जो है वो इनके घर पे की है। मकसद ये था। लेकिन जब उनके पिता से बातचीत करी तो उनका कहना था कि उनकी बड़ी बेटी का जो बयान था उस स्टेटमेंट को तोड़ मरोड़ के दिखाया जा रहा है। लेकिन अभी पुलिस जांच करे कि वाकई में गैंगस्टर के शूटर ने इस वारदात को अंजाम दिया है या इसके पीछे कोई और वजह है। लेकिन जिस तरीके से गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा का ऑडियो सामने आया है उससे ये बात जाहिर है कि ये पूरा जो हमला करवाने वाला है वो गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा है और गैंगस्टर गोल्डी बरार है जो कि अजरबैजान में बैठा हुआ है और वहीं से पूरा जो अपना सिंडिकेट ऑपरेट करता है। और यही वजह है कि बहुत ही प्लानिंग के साथ पहले घर की रैकी की गई और रैकी करने के बाद सही समय देख के जो है हमलावर इस गली में आते हैं, घर को टारगेट करते हैं, क्योंकि ये घर के बाहर ये पहले आप ये देखिए पटनी हाउस जो है पूरा लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पर विला, और इस तरफ दिखाना चाहो तो दिशा पाटनी के जो पिता है जगदीश सिंह पाटनी उनके पूरी नेम प्लेट लगी, इस नेम प्लेट को देखा जाता है और उसके बाद यहीं पे पॉइंट खड़े होकर दीवार को टारगेट किया जाता है और ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग जो है वो घर पर की जाती है। उनका मकसद था किसी को घायल ना करना, सिर्फ फायरिंग करना। लेकिन गली के जब कुत्ते भौंकते हैं तो पिता बाहर आते हैं, उनको शक होता है तो उसी दौरान वो अपनी जान बचाते हैं, दीवार के पीछे छिप जाते हैं। लेकिन गोली किसी को नहीं लगी, लेकिन उनका जो मकसद था हमलावरों का वो पूरा हो जाता है।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
En route, the second of the 8 anti-submarine warfare shallow watercraft being built by the Garden Reach shipbuilders and engineers in Kolkata was delivered to the Indian Navy on 13 September 2025 at GRSC Kolkata, making, in fact, this is yet another step towards self-reliance in defense manufacturing. The ASW SWC ships have been designed and constructed as per the classification rules of Indian Register of Shipping IRS and strengthening Navy's anti-submarine coastal surveillance and mine-laying capabilities. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan joins cleanliness drive in Odisha's Jabalpur. He said that from 17th September to 2nd October, that is from the occasion of Prime Minister Modi's birthday to Gandhi Jayanti, Shastri Jayanti and Dashera, a major push for sanitization and other initiatives has begun in India. This is to emphasize cleanliness in all the upcoming festivals. Viewers, PM Modi's big statement on demographic change. He has said very clearly that illegal migrants changing border demography. Our Prime Minister said that we will free the nation from infiltrators. So, a very big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see the Prime Minister Modi really speaking on day 2 of his Assam visit. He struck a fiery chord. He paid tribute to the cultural icon Bhupen Hazarika and slammed the Congress over infiltrators and even accusing the opposition of siding with Pakistan.
कांग्रेस अपनी राजनीति के लिए हर ऐसे व्यक्ति, हर ऐसे विचार के साथ खड़ी होती है जो भारत विरोधी हो। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान भी हमने यही देखा। जब कांग्रेस सत्ता में थी तो पूरा देश आतंक से लहूलुहान होता था। कांग्रेस चुपचाप खड़ी रहती थी। आज हमारी सेना ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करती है, पाकिस्तान के कोने कोने में आतंक के आकाओं को उखाड़ फेंकती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस देश की सेना के बजाय पाकिस्तान की सेना के साथ खड़ी हो जाती है। कांग्रेस के लोग हमारी सेना के बजाय आतंकियों को पालने वालों के एजेंडे को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। पाकिस्तान का झूठ कांग्रेस का एजेंडा बन जाता है। इसलिए आपको कांग्रेस से हमेशा सतर्क रहना है। साथियों, कांग्रेस के लिए अपने वोट बैंक का हित ही सबसे बड़ा है। कांग्रेस देश हित की कभी परवाह नहीं करती। आज कांग्रेस देश विरोधियों की, घुसपैठियों की भी बहुत बड़ी रक्षक बन चुकी है। कांग्रेस जब सत्ता में थी तो घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देती थी। और कांग्रेस चाहती है कि घुसपैठिए हमेशा के लिए भारत में ही बस जाए और भारत का भविष्य घुसपैठिए तय करे। कांग्रेस ने यहां जमीन पर अवैध कब्जे होने दिए, हमारे आस्था के स्थानों पर हमारे किसानों के, आदिवासियों के हक की जमीन पर डाका डाला। बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार बनने के बाद अब उन स्थितियों को बदला जा रहा है। हेमंता जी के नेतृत्व में असम में लाखों बीघा जमीन घुसपैठियों से मुक्त की जा चुकी है। दरांग जिले में भी बहुत बड़ी जमीन से कब्जा हटाया गया है। यहां गोरूखुंटी इलाके में कांग्रेस के समय घुसपैठियों का कब्जा था। आज वो जमीन वापस ले जा चुकी है।
Prime Minister Modi also launched attack on Congress over abuse politics. He called out that the party for insulting Bhupen Hazarika. Let's listen into that.
भारत सरकार ने इस देश के महान सपूत, असम के गौरव भूपेंद्र हजारिका जी को भारत रत्न दिया। उस दिन कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने बयान दिया था, उस समय मेरे ध्यान में नहीं आया था। आज मुझे वो दिखाया गया। कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। साथियों, 1962 में चाइना के साथ जो जंग हुआ, उसके बाद पंडित नेहरू ने जो कहा था वो घाव नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों के वो घाव आज भी नहीं भरे हैं और उस घाव पर कांग्रेस की वर्तमान पीढ़ी भी नमक छिड़कने का काम कर रही है। मैं आमतौर पर मुझे कितने ही गालियां दे, मैं तो भगवान शिव का भक्त हूं, सारा जहर निगल देता हूं। लेकिन बेशर्मी के साथ जब किसी और का अपमान होता है तो मुझसे रहा नहीं जाता है। आप मुझे बताइए, भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न देने का मेरा निर्णय सही है कि नहीं है? पूरी ताकत से बताइए, सही है कि नहीं है? भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न दिया, उसका कांग्रेस ने मखौल उड़ाया, वो गलत किया कि नहीं किया? असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है, बहुत दर्द होता है। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं इनकी पूरी इकोसिस्टम आज टूट पड़ेगी मुझ पर कि मोदी फिर से रोना रोने लगा। मेरे लिए तो जनता जनार्दन ही मेरा भगवान है और मेरे भगवान के पास जाकर के मेरे आत्मा की आवाज वहां नहीं निकलेगी तो कहां निकलेगी?
And viewers, panic gripped Bharuch in Gujarat this morning after a massive fire broke out at a chemical plant in the Panoli industrial estate. Thankfully, there have been no casualties. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Here's a quick report, viewers. Take a look.
A major disaster struck in Gujarat this morning as a major fire erupted at the Sanghvi Organics plant in the GIDC Panoli. Thick plumes of smoke and towering flames sent alarm rippling through nearby villages, forcing residents to rush out of their homes in fear. Workers were quickly evacuated. Authorities sounded alerts for residents in Sanjali and surrounding areas as the fire tenders rushed in to douse the blaze. More than half a dozen fire engines were seen battling the flames for hours. The exact cause of the fire is still under investigation. Panoli GIDC is a major industrial hub in Bharuch, housing dozens of chemical units. Such incidents raise serious questions about safety protocols and emergency preparedness in these high-risk zones. Investigations will now determine whether negligence led to this inferno.
And viewers, hours before the India-Pakistan match, protests have erupted across the country seeking cancellation of the match and questioning why the Board of Control for Cricket in India did not intervene on time. Many, I repeat, many people have criticized the BCCI and the Indian players for agreeing to play against Pakistan in the Asia Cup. Now you see pictures coming in. You see pictures coming in of the protests. Protests in Mumbai, protests in Lucknow, protests in Kanpur, protest in Bengaluru and other areas.
इस मैच के बाद सबसे बड़ी तस्वीर तो ये होगी कि पाकिस्तान के पास वापस पैसा होगा, पाकिस्तान वापस से खड़ा होगा, पाकिस्तान के उन जो ठिकाने हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के समय तोड़े गए थे वो वापस बनेंगे। सबसे बड़ा तस्वीर ये होगी और ये सबसे बड़ा तमाचा होगा उन 26 फैमिली को जो पाकिस्तान देगा कि लो तुमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर किया था, लो फिर से तुम्हारे लोग आके मैच खेले, हम वापस पावरफुल बन गए, हम वापस टेररिज्म खड़ा करेंगे और कल को फिर दूसरा पहलगाम करेंगे। ये होगा बदलाव। बदलाव ये थोड़ी हो सकता है, ये तो हमारे लोगों के अंदर है ही नहीं ना कि हम ये बदलाव लें कि हम पाकिस्तान को बॉयकआउट कर दें, पाकिस्तान के साथ मैच ना खेलें। ये अगर कर रहे होते तो आज बीसीसीआई अग्री नहीं करती इंडिया पाकिस्तान के मैच के लिए। पाकिस्तान में ना एजुकेशन है, पाकिस्तान में ना कुछ नहीं है, टूरिज्म कुछ भी नहीं। उनके पैसा जाता कहाँ है? उनका पैसा मात्र टेररिज्म में जाता है। जब उनका सारा पैसा वहीं जाना है, और आप इस चीज से पूरी तरीके से वाकिफ हैं कि ये जितना भी पैसा आज बनेगा, पता नहीं कितने करोड़, वो सब वहीं जाएगा। हमारा देश 140 करोड़ जनता ये समझ रही है। आप क्या आंखें बंद है? आप खत्म हो चुका है दिमाग, या आपको सिर्फ पैसा दिख रहा है?
मैं भावनगर से हूँ। जो पहलगाम में घटना घटी उसमें हमारे घर के 2 सदस्य ने जान गुमाई है। उसके साथ पहलगाम में 26 लोगों ने भी जान गुमाई है। और ये हमें अभी पता चला कि पाकिस्तान के साथ और भारत की मैच है, तो पाकिस्तान के साथ कोई भी जात का व्यवहार होना ही नहीं चाहिए। आज कल या भविष्य में कोई भी जात का व्यवहार होना ही नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि वो आतंकी देश है। और आपको मैच खेलना है तो मुझे मेरा भाई 16 साल का है, उसने इतनी गोलियां खा के देश के लिए जान दी, तो मुझे मेरा भाई दो तो फिर आप मैच खेलना। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर नाम के जो मोदी जी ने जो मिशन चलाया था, उसमें पाकिस्तान पे हमला किया गया था और कहीं इंडिया के आर्मी मैन भी शहीद हुए। तो ये अब मैच खेलने जा रहे हैं, तो वो तो पाकिस्तान के साथ जो हमला किया था ऑपरेशन सिंधु नाम का, वो तो व्यर्थ ही गया होगा।
ये भारत पाकिस्तान की मैच नहीं खेलनी चाहिए। और ये अभी तो नरेंद्र मोदी सिंदूर ऑपरेशन अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ है, तो ये मैच की क्या कहाँ से बात आती है? बात आनी नहीं चाहिए कि अभी तो नरेंद्र मोदी जो कर रहे हैं, ये सिंदूर ऑपरेशन शुरू है, अभी पूरा तो हुआ ही नहीं, पूरा होने वाला ही नहीं है, तो ये मैच की कहाँ से बात आती है? मेरे देश के भाइयों जो शहीद हुए हैं, ये मैच अभी खेलने की बात आई है। उसके घर तुम लोग घर के जाके देखो कि एक लोग कितने दुखी है, हम कितने दुखी है। अभी हमारा गांव भरा नहीं है और ये मैच की बात आ रही है, कहाँ की बात है ये? मेरे देश के लोगों को शांति नहीं मिलेगी। मैं तो कहती हूँ कि जब मोदी जी है सिंदूर ऑपरेशन चलाया, अभी पूरा नहीं है, मैच की बात आती है तो किसी को क्या शांति मिलेगी? मेरे जवान भाइयों शहीद हो गए, क्या उसको शांति मिलेगी? नहीं मिलेगी। आज तो क्या, कभी मैं तो चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी वक्त में मैच नहीं खेलनी चाहिए।
पैसा ही सब कुछ नहीं है। मैं इनसे कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी क्रिकेटर्स हैं कि आपके सामने जो लोग आप पर बॉल फेंकेंगे, बॉलिंग जो करेंगे, उनके हाथ खून से रंगे हुए हैं, और जो बैटिंग आपके सामने करेंगे उनके भी हाथ जो है वो खून से रंगे हुए हैं। और जो खून है वो हिंदुस्तानियों का खून है, वो इनोसेंट्स का खून है, वो हार्डकोर भारतवासियों का खून है, जिन्होंने इस देश में अपनी ज़िंदगी बिताई है और देश के लड़े। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने हमारे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस को हज़ारों की तादाद में हमारे लोगों को मारा है इस भारत देश में। तो आप इनके साथ एक खेल कैसे खेल सकते हैं? आप इनके साथ एक रिजॉइसिंग का माहौल, एक खेल तो खेल होता है ना, एक सेलिब्रेशन होता है खेल। आप उनके साथ पिच पे खड़े कैसे हो सकते हैं? और ये कोई 50 साल पहले अटैक नहीं हुआ हमारे पे, पिछले 40 साल से हमारे देश पे कांस्टेंट अटैक्स हैं, और हम बार बार ये बोलते हैं कि उनके साथ नहीं खेल सकते। मैं हमारी सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूं, कोई भी कारण आप दें, वो उस विक्टिम जो टेरर का विक्टिम है, जैसे मैं, मेरी पूरी कौम जो है, वो पाकिस्तान ने जो टेररिज्म अनलिश किया है, हम उसके विक्टिम्स हैं। हम उनको क्या जवाब देंगे?
And we have a shocking story coming in from Hyderabad, where a school turned into a drug factory. The anti-narcotics wing's Eagle team busted a narcotics unit running inside a school, and then 3 people are now under arrest. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
And viewers, a major tragedy was averted at Lucknow airport. Indigo plane with 151 passengers on board stopped on the runway. SPMP Dimple Yadav was among the 151 people on board this flight. So this was an Indigo flight carrying 151 passengers, including the SPMP Dimple Yadav, was forced to abort takeoff after failing to lift off properly at Lucknow airport. Let's have a look at this report.
उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ से दिल्ली के लिए उड़ान भर रहे एक जहाज को उसके पायलट ने इमरजेंसी ब्रेक लगाकर रोक दिया। दरअसल लखनऊ के चौधरी चरण सिंह एयरपोर्ट पर यह घटना घटी। एयरपोर्ट की हम आपको तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। इसी एयरपोर्ट पर आपसे कुछ देर पहले 11:10 के आसपास दिल्ली से जाने के लिए एक इंडिगो का जहाज उड़ने जा रहा था, लेकिन जब वो जहाज टेक ऑफ करने के लिए अपने रनवे पर आता है, पायलट जहाज उड़ाने से पहले बताया जा रहा है कि जो उसे थ्रस्ट वो नहीं मिलता है। ऐसे में इमरजेंसी ब्रेक दबाता है, जहाज को रोकता है, एटीसी को जानकारी देता है और इस जहाज को वापस बे की तरफ लेकर जाया जाता है। बताया जा रहा है कि जहाज में तकनीकी कमियों के चलते इस जहाज को टेक ऑफ करने से पहले रोक दिया गया और इसके बाद दूसरे जहाज से यात्रियों को दिल्ली भेजा गया। इंडिगो की तरफ से जानकारी दी गई है कि तकनीकी कारणों के चलते जहाज को बदला गया। जिस जहाज से पहले यात्री यात्रा कर रहे थे उसे रोक दिया गया। यात्रा करने के लिए उस जहाज में तकरीबन 151 यात्री थे। उत्तर प्रदेश से ही सांसद डिम्पल वर्मा, समाजवादी पार्टी की बड़ी नेता, वो भी इस जहाज में मौजूद थी और जो पायलट है उसकी सूझबूझ के चलते एक बड़ी दुर्घटना होने से रुक गई। लखनऊ में एयरपोर्ट में ये पूरी घटनाक्रम घटा।
And viewers, which are coming up, aid meant for relief diverted. Well, Pakistan is funding reconstruction of LET headquarters destroyed in Operation Sindhu. And Prime Minister Modi calls out Congress abuse politics and says Congress insulted Hazarika on Bharat Ratna. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was US's most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not...
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistic, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good. And that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit. And when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time.
I said that capitalism is a dead vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Capitalism is a deadly vampire that feasts on the blood of the working class.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that for me?
I don't really want to.
Somewhere on the edge of Ahmedabad, a dream was imagined. Not just of buildings, but of balance, of homes that breathe. Roads full of trees and mornings that start with the sound of nature. In a world that is running faster every day, there is a place that dares to pause. This is not just a project, it is a vision and a dream. This is Shantigram, a township that does not just house people, it holds a purpose. 600 acres of thoughtfully planned space. But it is more than just a number. It is a place where the school bell rings just a few steps away from home. Where EV buses glide without noise. Where your child can run on soft grass. Where your work, worship, wellness and weekends all exist in one living map. Strategically located between the twin cities of Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar, Shantigram is not just a township, it is the beginning of a new way of life. With seamless connectivity to the airport, hospitals and key hubs, it stands as a self-sustained ecosystem that redefines modern urban living. A place where development meets dignity. This is the beginning of a new way of life. It is a self-sustained ecosystem setting a new benchmark for modern urban living. A place where development meets dignity.
Hi, my name is Madhvi Sally. I've moved from Delhi 2 years back to Adani Shantigram. Our society's Water Lily apartment. I think it is the best decisions we made, from accessibility to workplace to school to a great club, the Belvadier Club. I think when you're out of your own hometown, this is the perfect place to be in, to reside. You have great walking tracks, you have great amenities, awesome security, something we could not dream of in any other metro city. My kids can go cycling to school, we can go walking, and it's a great green view, something which is really missing in most of the cities, and great access to all other amenities. We have McDonald's, we have great bookstores out here, to other facilities, and I think it is one place you need to head to, Adani Shantigram.
At the center of Shantigram stands a structure that speaks volume without saying a word. The Adani Corporate House. More than a building, it is a symbol. The fascinating architecture. Shantigram wasn't built for show, it was built for structure. A blueprint brought to life with precision and purpose. From robust road networks and wide pedestrian walkways to integrated drainage, power and fiber optic systems, every inch has been engineered to function seamlessly. Smart infrastructure meets serene design residential clusters that are strategically planned for light, ventilation and open space. Homes range from sky-touching high-rises to serene low-rise residences, all crafted with care and functionality in mind. Underground utilities keep the surface clutter-free, while power backup systems and water management ensure daily life never skips a beat.
I stay in Adani Shantigram. I stay in Meadows actually, and I stay with my family. Frankly speaking, this is a very good place to stay. I feel that I'm staying in a resort. So if you talk about the quality of life, it's superb. If you talk about the air quality index, it's a superb. So the kind of freshly environment we are getting here, it's awesome actually. My family, they don't want to leave this place. We have thought a lot of times. I'm working with a MNC company, so I've got a transfer, but they don't want to leave this place because of only Adani Shantigram. So we have got a lot of things here. We have got a football ground, we have got a cricket ground. My son is a great cricket player, so he plays cricket and he is getting a very good coaching here in Adani Sports Line. He has got an environment of cricketing. My family, they enjoy staying here. हम लोगों को कुछ भी whatever we need, it's just next step. So हम बाहर निकलते हैं, walk करते हैं और जाके हमें vegetables मिल जाते हैं, सब्जी भाजी मिल जाती है. We can go to the corner Zero Circle. We can get McDonald's. We can get Wagh Bakri. We can get a lot of things there also. Stationery का shop है, Judio है. Water supply बहुत अच्छा है. Water supply नर्मदा कनाल का है. So we don't have any problem in water here. In fact हमको अगर वो पानी पीना है तो हम वो डायरेक्ट पानी पी सकते हैं. सिर्फ फिल्टर डाल के हम पी सकते हैं. हमको RO वाटर डालने की ज़रूरत नहीं है.
What is a home without its flavors? Shantigram serves more than just meals. It serves memories. From the comfort of a Gujarati thali to the relishing taste of global cuisine cafes, the township is a celebration of culinary diversity. Food becomes the language of community. It is where cultures mix, stories are shared, and identities are savored. It's not just about what is on the plate, but who you are sharing it with.
Shantigram is a heaven for everybody. यहाँ पे अच्छी ऑक्सीजन मिलती है क्योंकि यहाँ ग्रीनरी बहुत है। आसपास जो भी ये एक छोटी सी टाउनशिप है, यहाँ नियर बाय हमें टाउनशिप के रिलेटेड हमें कुछ भी चाहिए, हमारे लिए एक मॉल अवेलेबल है जहाँ हमें सब चीज़ मिल जाती है, लाइक ग्रॉसरी, मिल्क, वेजिटेबल्स, एवरीथिंग। और नियर बाय थिएटर है, अंदर ही फुटबॉल ग्राउंड है, क्रिकेट ग्राउंड है, जो बच्चों के लिए हमें यहाँ से बाहर जाने की कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं है।
Running quietly alongside Shantigram, the Narmada Canal does not just border the township, it nourishes its soul. Its waters are housed in the Water Lily Lake, becoming a serene centerpiece for the community. It is not just about beauty, but balance. A quiet revolution in sustainability where recycled water, thoughtful design, and ecological respect come together. No loud slogans, no grand gestures, just a gentle current that reminds us progress and preservation can flow side by side. Mobility at Shantigram is designed to be both efficient and sustainable. Electric buses operate within the township, offering clean and quiet transport for residents. Multiple EV charging stations are integrated across residential and commercial zones, supporting the growing shift to electric vehicles. Dedicated cycling tracks and bicycle stands at every gate promote greener, healthier commuting options. Well-planned pedestrian walkways and shaded streets make walking not only viable but comfortable. With seamless internal connectivity and infrastructure that supports low-emission travel, Shantigram enables a lifestyle where convenience and sustainability go hand in hand. Wellness isn't a facility here, it is a way of life. At the heart of Shantigram stands the Belvadier Golf and Country Club, a landmark of luxury, leisure and togetherness. Spread across 100 plus acres, the club boasts an international standard 9-hole golf course, indoor and outdoor sports arenas, a modern gym, spa services, a dedicated kids zone, a movie theater, a vibrant game zone, a multi-cuisine restaurant, and a grand banquet space for celebrations. This is where Shantigram comes to unwind, recharge, and come together.
Namaskar, myself Aishwarya Negi. I am Guest Relationship Executive here. This is Belvadier Golf and Country Club. This is one of the most luxurious clubs in Ahmedabad. We are having 55 rooms, 44 exclusive deluxe room, 8 golf view and 3 suites room. Apart of this, we are having 4 restaurants. First is Parampara for Gujarati Thali, Fairway for multi-cuisine, Cafe Belvedere for buffet, and then we have Roasty for tea and coffee. We are having sports activities also, swimming pool, steam and sauna, gym and yoga room is also here. Our first and the priority role is to serve our member the best we can.
At Shantigram, learning lives close to home. The Adani International School offers both Cambridge and CBSE curriculum, creating an environment that nurtures curiosity from early years through adolescence. For higher learning, Adani University focuses on future-facing disciplines like data science, law, and management, shaping tomorrow's leaders right within the township. Education here isn't a commute, it is a community, safe, close, and thoughtfully integrated into daily life. luxury is peace of mind. And at Shantigram, safety is not an afterthought, it is part of the design. With 24/7 surveillance, a dedicated mini police station and a well-managed community security system, the township is secure not just because it has to be, but because it chooses to be. But peace of mind is not just about feeling safe, it is also about feeling supported.
अडानी शांतिग्राम को हमने 5 जोनों में डिवाइड कर रखा है। हर जोन में 2-2 सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर क्वाटी बाइक के साथ रहते हैं, जिनका काम अडानी शांतिग्राम के अंदर कहीं पर भी किसी भी प्रकार का कोई इंसिडेंट, कोई हादसा हो जाने पर तुरंत घटनास्थल पर पहुंचते हैं और ड्यूटी डीएसओ को इन्फॉर्म करते हैं। ड्यूटी डीएसओ घटनास्थल पर पहुंचकर हालत का जायजा लेता है और सिचुएशन को हालात के अनुसार सॉल्व करता है। अडानी शांतिग्राम के अंदर हमारा मेन मोटो, जो भी यहाँ पर रेजिडेंशियल रहते हैं उनकी सेफ्टी करना हमारा फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी रहता है।
From wellness centers to grocery stores, from fresh food outlets to essentials, all daily needs are just steps away at the Shoppers Plaza, the township's retail and lifestyle hub. Here, safety and convenience come together because trust is built not just through protection but through presence. And that's what truly makes a place feel like home.
मैं यहाँ पे करीब 6 साल से रहता हूँ और यहाँ पे जो फैसिलिटी और जो मैं यहाँ मैं करीब एक बड़ा बंगला सैटेलाइट में छोड़ के यहाँ आया हूँ, फिर भी मेरे को लगता है कि यहाँ पे जो फैसिलिटी और यहाँ पे जो रहने में मज़ा आता है वो कहीं पे भी नहीं आता है। कोई भी स्कीम में आप जाओ, आपको स्विमिंग पूल मिलेगा, आपको जिम मिलेगा, सिक्योरिटी इतनी टाइट है कि गेस्ट भी आते हैं तो हमको वो करते हैं कि यार इतनी टाइट सिक्योरिटी मत रखो। और आपको अगर चलना है घास, लोन में चलना है घास, तो इतना बड़ा एक फुटबॉल ग्राउंड है, उसमें आप यू कैन एंजॉय ऑल द फैसिलिटीज़ अवेलेबल हियर। आपका शॉपिंग प्लाजा है, उसमें आप यू नेम इट एंड यू विल गेट इट। सो आई थिंक एवरीबडी शुड ट्राई एटलीस्ट। और मैं आपको वादा करता हूँ अगर आप 6 महीने भी यहाँ रहे तो आप कहीं पे भी बाहर रहने नहीं जाओगे।
24/7 सेफ्टी। अगर आप मॉर्निंग में 5 o'clock भी अगर आप लेडीज़ अकेले वॉक करिए उनके लिए भी सेफ़ है, काफ़ी सेफ़ है। शांतिग्राम यहाँ अंदर पुलिस स्टेशन भी है तो काफ़ी सेफ़ है।
आई लिव इन अमोगा सोसाइटी और अच्छा है, मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, क्लीन भी है और सारी फैसिलिटी भी है और सब कुछ नियर बाई है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती कुछ भी लेने में, बाय करने में, कुछ ही बाहर से मंगाने में। इन एंट्रेंस गेट वहाँ पे मूवी वगैरह देख सकते हैं, मैकडी है, स्टेशनरी है, जूडियो है। तो वी आर वेली। मैं पहले कोटा रहती थी तो हमें बहुत दिक्कत होती थी इधर उधर सामान लेने में, जाने में, शॉपिंग करने में, तो वी आर वेरी इंजॉय करते हैं। अभी यहाँ पे मॉल भी बन रहा है, शॉपर प्लाजा के सामने मॉल भी बन रहा है, तो आने वाले टाइम में बहुत इजी हो जाएगा शॉपिंग करना, बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा, हर चीज़ अंदर मिल रही है, तो अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे।
And beyond the structures and systems lies the soul of Shantigram, its spaces of stillness and spirit. At its heart stands the Jain Derasar, a timeless symbol of devotion and discipline. And now, the newly added Swaminarayan Temple offers yet another place of peace, a sanctuary where community and contemplation meet. These sacred spaces invite you to pause, to fold your hands, close your eyes, and connect. Here, spirituality is not imposed, it is gently woven into daily life. Because progress means little if the soul feels lost.
आई एम लिविंग इन शांतिग्राम फ्रॉम लास्ट 8 ईयर। मैं पूरे गुजरात में घूम चुका हूँ, तो पूरे गुजरात में सबसे अच्छा रहने लायक अगर कोई जगह है तो ये है। ज़्यादा ग्रीनरी है, फुटबॉल ग्राउंड, क्रिकेट ग्राउंड, गोल्फ, रेस्टोरेंट्स है, केडी हॉस्पिटल नियर में है। तो अगर अहमदाबाद और गुजरात में कहीं सबसे अच्छा रहने लायक है तो ये है। मैं 8 साल से हूँ, आई एम सेटिस्फाइड। लंबे चौड़े रोड, नो वाटर ब्लॉकेज, कोई कीचड़ नहीं होता है, पार्किंग का सेंस है, सिक्योरिटी अच्छी है, तो आई एम सेटिस्फाइड। और मैं तो इधर 8 साल से रहता हूँ, तो मैं प्रीफर करूँगा ये छोड़ के मैं कहीं ना जाऊँ।
Some places do not wait for the future. They quietly begin building it. Shantigram is more than a township. It is a living, breathing vision of what modern India can become. Every corner intentionally crafted, every step rooted in sustainability, every life thoughtfully nurtured. This is not a dream on paper. It is India in motion, rooted in seva, rising through Shanti. This is not just where people live. It is where a new India learns to belong, to flourish, to thrive.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what it is. The world will not forget. India will not forget. Our measured and proportionate response to the Pahalgam attack made that sufficiently clear. We need no lessons from a terror sponsor, no sermons from a persecutor of minorities, no advice from a state that has squandered its own credibility. Mr. President, India will continue.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Women workers of Shiv Sena UBG staged a protest in Mumbai with sindoor in their hand, opposing the India versus Pakistan match in Asia Cup 2025 scheduled today. Party chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that Shiv Sena UBG women workers will come out on the streets in Maharashtra and send sindoor from every house to the Prime Minister. A joint counter-terrorist mock exercise was conducted at Delhi airport this morning, and this exercise is aimed at bolstering the threat response mechanism, enhancing the preparedness and ensuring that there is seamless coordination among all the security and the emergency response agencies. A massive fire broke out this morning in Sangvi Organics Private Limited in GIDC Panoli. Thick smoke and flames were visible from a distance as multiple fire tenders rushed to the spot and began firefighting operations. No casualty has been reported so far.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All state representatives across the country get together at the NDA Stadium for Ladakh Marathon 2025. Ladakh has a unique position in the world and the country with its high altitude, adding a new element to Ladakh's tourism and uniqueness. The event is hosting athletes from across India and 30 countries, underscoring its stature as a premier global running challenge. Former India footballer and captain Baichung Bhutia joined others in the 40th edition of Fit India Sundays on cycle in Delhi. Baichung Bhutia said that it was a really good initiative by the Sports Ministry. The Border Security Force foiled multiple cross-border smuggling attempts in Amritsar, Taran and Firozpur districts and nabbed 3 smugglers. They also recovered heroin and a drone along the Punjab border. The BSF nabbed 1 suspect smuggler near Kalsian village with 560 grams of heroin.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Not counting gang violence. Great!
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, turning point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have two black.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in, and firing happened at Disha Patani's Bareilly house 2 times in 25 hours. Republic has an entire sequence of events. We'll get to you all the details, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है।
Prime Minister Modi calls out Congress's abuse politics and says Congress insulted Hazarika on Bharat Ratna.
देश विरोधियों की, घुसपैठियों की भी बहुत बड़ी रक्षक बन चुकी है। कांग्रेस जब सत्ता में थी तो घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देती थी।
Prime Minister pledges to make Assam infiltrators free, says illegal immigrants chasing demography. Second firing outside Disha Patani's residence. 9 teams formed, shooters still at large. Indigo flight stops on runway during takeoff. SP MP Dimple Yadav was among the 151 passengers on board. Protests and anger against India versus Pakistan grows. Families of victims speak out. Aid meant for relief diverted, while Pakistan's funding reconstruction of LET headquarters destroyed in Operation Sindoor. Viewers, as per sources, the ED has now issued summons to actress Urvashi Rautela in the 1xBet. This is the betting app case, and she is required to appear at the ED headquarters in Delhi on September 16. So, big update coming in right now. Breaking news update. Remember that many actors have been summoned in the illegal betting app case. And we see that Urvashi Rotela has also been summoned by the ED in the betting app case, viewers. We see that many celebrities have been called in for questioning. This time, we see that Urvashi Rotela has also been called in. Now remember, this is coming in as ED is expanding its investigation into the illegal online betting platforms and is now shifting its focus to endorsements made by celebrities and cricketers. Urvashi Rotela being called to appear before the ED on September 16. As part of the ongoing investigation into promotional links with banned betting platforms, including 1xBet and others. We have seen that the ED has questioned former Indian cricketers and actors. All right, let's move ahead right now. We're getting some more updates coming in, viewers, and we understand that from the smoking ruins of Muridke to the sound of bulldozers and concrete mixers, LET's headquarters is once again rising. Now, viewers, this was the very nerve. Muridke is the very nerve center struck in India's Operation Sindoor. It was reduced to skeletal remains, but now it's being rebuilt brick by brick. Our exclusive dossier takes you inside the Markaz Taiba, the secretive reconstruction drive, and the men who are leading it. We track the money trail from Islamabad's open commitments to Lashkar's flood relief campaigns, funds that are quietly diverted to restore terror infrastructure. We show you these pictures you're seeing. These are exclusive intelligence inputs, satellite images and videos revealing very clearly how the site is being cleared and readied for a grand reopening. And we ask, why is Feb 2026, that is Kashmir Solidarity Day, the deadline for this project? Is Pakistan preparing the stage for another show of strength, another proxy war, even as it sits on global counter-terror platforms? So, before and after, this is how it looked like. India shows the proof of Muridke in Pakistan, how it looked like when India absolutely destroyed Muridke. It was nothing more than a skeletal remain. And after, what we see is that Pakistan government, by the way, Pakistan has said that they are not even supporting terror. They have said this on the international stage. However, Pakistan government itself is reconstructing Muridke, and they're using flood relief funds for that. So very shocking, viewers. Updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. And in fact, Republic TV has accessed these videos which you see on your screen. We see that Pakistan has diverted humanitarian aid, flood relief aid to rebuild Lashkar's Muridke headquarters, which was absolutely destroyed. It was destroyed. It was nothing more than dust when the IAF, when the Indian Army and the IAF completely destroyed it during Operation Sindoor. So the LET was completely destroyed. Its headquarters were completely destroyed in Muridke. It was struck by the Indian Air Force on May 7th under Operation Sindoor that was launched in response to the deadly Pahalgam attack. But now we understand that the LET is now reconstructing the structure of Muridke. This is being done under the supervision of Markaz Taiba Director Maulana Abu Zar. Okay, so this is the timeline. August 18th, 2025, just months after Operation Sindoor absolutely destroyed Muridke, demolition machines were deployed. LET is trying to rebirth itself, and Pakistan is helping it. Now we see August 20th, 2025, partial al-Qara was raised. Then September 4, 2025, yellow training block was demolished. So this is the entire timeline. And September 7, 2025, we see that red accommodation block was razed. The entire timeline there on your screens, and the entire complex was reduced to rubble. September, we're talking about September right now, but it looks like that the LET is being reconstructed. This is the future timeline from October 2025 to 2026 February is when the new headquarter construction during this time is a rebuilding and the finishing time. So the deadline is February 2026 and Feb 5th is the exact date. That's a target date for the reopening. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers of Republic TV. And what is more concerning is that the LAT has launched a fundraising campaign under the guise of humanitarian assistance for flood victims. And that is even more concerning. That is even more concerning that the Pakistani government has provided LAT with a huge assistance package for the Markaz Taiba's reconstruction. All right, Colonel Anurag Shukla is joining us here on Republic TV. He's a defense expert. And it's very obvious, Colonel Shukla, that Pakistan, who, by the way, denies anti-terror activities even at the international fora and at the international level, cannot deny what Republic TV is showing, that it's helping LAT rebirth itself.
Surely you're right, and this has been a known fact. Everybody today in the world where we are sitting in the satellite world, we can track each and every activity which is going on the site. And if you go back to 2005, that was the same thing what they did. They sniffed off the 80% of the flood relief humanitarian aid which has given to the Pakistan to build the infrastructure. The same thing they are trying today. The building and supporting of the terrorists has been the state policy from the Pakistan side, and they have never defied it. They have been using them as a proxies, and they have been, as they have said earlier also, that they are the first line of defense. So they are giving so much importance to these terrorists, and they are patronizing so much. They are financing them. They are supporting them from our side. So that is never a surprise. In the recent UN meeting, you have seen that even Israel has mentioned the same thing, and other country acknowledges the Pakistan activities and Pakistan's support to the terrorists. What is happening today is they are just trying to fix the losses which has been done by the Indian army during the Op Sindoor, and they are running toward the February 2026 line where they want to complete the reconstruction and rebuilding of the all the losses which they have affected, and then they are looking to claim everywhere that yes, we are ready for the next phase of terrorism. Presently, Indian government is putting a sharp eye on all these activities, and let me assure you, we are looking and we are going to let everybody in the world understand what the Pakistan is doing and how they support the terrorists always.
That is right. And you know, Colonel Shukla, what is more concerning is that Pakistan is trying to reconstruct Murid Ke using funds which are supposed to be meant for relief work. And at the same time, simultaneously, they are begging for money from the IMF.
Yes, but then that is the support which we are surprised to see that. I mean USA is supporting the IMF fund. IMF is giving the 26th tranche of the aid, which we all know that is not going to be used for the purpose it has been issued. And every time it has been diverted to build the infrastructure. Today also, if you see, this construction is coming. They have promised, state has himself promised 15 crore Pakistani currency, out of which 4 crore has already been released. And this has been supervised by none other than the Maulana Abu Zahar, and then assisted by the Yunus Shah Bukhari. They both are the top leader of the UN designate terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba.
Right. Okay. Thank you for joining us there, Colonel Shukla, on Republic TV, as Republic TV exposes Pakistan's double-speak yet again. It's time for Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Androt, the second of the 8 anti-submarine warfare shallow water craft being built by Garden Reach shipbuilders and engineers in Kolkata was delivered to the Indian Navy on 13 September at GRSE Kolkata, marking yet another step towards self-reliance in defense manufacturing. ASW say ships have been indigenously designed and constructed as per the classification rules of Indian Register of Shipping IRS and strengthening Navy's anti-submarine coastal surveillance and mine-laying capabilities. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan joins Cleanliness campaign in Odisha's Jabalpur. He said that from 17 September to 2nd October, that is from the occasion of PM Modi's birthday to Gandhi Jayanti, Shastri Jayanti and Dashera, a major push for sanitation initiatives has begun in India. This is to emphasize the cleanliness in all the upcoming festivals. In Assam's Golaghat, Prime Minister Modi has inaugurated the Assam bioethanol plant also laid at the foundation stone as well of the multiple plants. The Prime Minister inaugurated projects worth around 6,500 crores in Assam today. PM Modi is in Assam today and he's made a huge statement on demographic change. Says that illegal migrants are changing the border demography. Prime Minister said that we will free the nation from these infiltrators. Let's go ahead and play out what Prime Minister Modi said a short while back.
यहाँ असम में भी कांग्रेस ने कई दशकों तक सरकार चलाई है, लेकिन जब तक कांग्रेस की सरकारें रही तब तक यहां विकास की रफ्तार भी धीमी रही और विरासत भी संकट में रही। बीजेपी की डबल इंजन सरकार असम की पुरानी पहचान को सशक्त कर रही है और असम को आधुनिक पहचान से भी जोड़ रही है। कांग्रेस ने असम को नॉर्थ ईस्ट को अलगाव दिया, हिंसा दी, विवाद दिए। बीजेपी असम को विकास और विरासत से समृद्ध राज्य बना रही है। ये हमारी सरकार है जिसने असमिया भाषा को क्लासिकल लैंग्वेज का दर्जा दिया। मुझे खुशी है कि असम की बीजेपी सरकार नई नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को भी तेजी से लागू कर रही है। साथियों, विकास के इन प्रयासों के बीच असम के सामने एक चुनौती विकराल होती जा रही है। ये चुनौती है घुसपैठ की। जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो उसने घुसपैठियों को जमीनें दी, अवैध कब्जों को संरक्षण दिया। कांग्रेस ने वोट बैंक के लालच में असम के डेमोग्राफी का संतुलन बिगाड़ दिया। अब बीजेपी सरकार असम के लोगों के साथ मिलकर इस चुनौती का मुकाबला कर रही है। हम घुसपैठियों से आपकी जमीनों को मुक्त करा रहे हैं। जिनके पास जमीन नहीं है, जिन आदिवासी परिवारों को जरूरत है, उनको हमारी सरकार जमीन के पट्टे दे रही है। मैं मिशन वसुंधरा के लिए भी असम सरकार की प्रशंसा करूंगा। इसके तहत लाखों परिवारों को भूमि के पट्टे दिए जा चुके हैं। अहोम, कोच, राजवंशी और गोरखा समुदाय के भूमि अधिकारों को कुछ जनजातीय क्षेत्रों में मान्यता दी गई है। उनको संरक्षित वर्गों की सूची में शामिल किया गया है। जनजातीय समाज के साथ जो ऐतिहासिक अन्याय हुआ है, बीजेपी उसको ठीक करने में पूरी प्रतिबद्धता से जुटी है। साथियों, बीजेपी सरकार के विकास का एक ही मंत्र है, वो मंत्र है नागरिक देवो भव। नागरिक देवो भव यानी देश के नागरिकों को असुविधा न हो, उनको छोटी छोटी जरूरतों के लिए यहां वहां भटकना न पड़े। लंबे समय तक कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में गरीबों को तरसाया गया, ठुकराया गया, क्योंकि कांग्रेस का काम एक वर्ग के तुष्टीकरण से हो जाता था।
And Prime Minister Modi also launched an attack on the Congress over abuse politics. He called out the party for insulting Bhupen Hazarika. Let's listen in.
भारत सरकार ने इस देश के महान सपूत, असम के गौरव भूपेंद्र हजारिका जी को भारत रत्न दिया। उस दिन कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने बयान दिया था, उस समय मेरे ध्यान में नहीं आया था। आज मुझे वो दिखाया गया। कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि ये मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। साथियों, 1962 में चाइना के साथ जो जंग हुआ, उसके बाद पंडित नेहरू ने जो कहा था, वो घाव नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों के वो घाव आज भी नहीं भरे हैं। और उस घाव पर कांग्रेस की वर्तमान पीढ़ी भी नमक छिड़कने का काम कर रही है। मैं आमतौर पर मुझे कितने ही गालियां दे, मैं तो भगवान शिव का भक्त हूं, सारा जहर निगल देता हूं। लेकिन बेशर्मी के साथ जब किसी और का अपमान होता है तो मुझसे रहा नहीं जाता है। आप मुझे बताइए, भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न देने का मेरा निर्णय सही है कि नहीं है? पूरी ताकत से बताइए, सही है कि नहीं है? भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न दिया, उसका कांग्रेस ने मखौल उड़ाया, वो गलत किया कि नहीं किया? असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है, बहुत दर्द होता है। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं इनकी पूरी इकोसिस्टम आज टूट पड़ेगी मुझ पर कि मोदी फिर से रोना रोने लगा। मेरे लिए तो जनता जनार्दन ही मेरा भगवान है, और मेरे भगवान के पास जाकर के मेरे आत्मा की आवाज वहां नहीं निकलेगी तो कहां निकलेगी?
And viewers, panic gripped Bharuch in Gujarat this morning after a massive fire broke out at a chemical plant in the Panoli industrial estate. Thankfully, there has been no casualties. The cause of the fire is under investigation. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
A major disaster struck in Gujarat this morning as a major fire erupted at the Sanghvi Organics plant in the GIDC Panoli. Thick plumes of smoke and towering flames sent alarm rippling through nearby villages, forcing residents to rush out of their homes in fear. Workers were quickly evacuated. Authorities sounded alerts for residents in Sanjali and surrounding areas as the fire tenders rushed in to douse the blaze. More than half a dozen fire engines were seen battling the flames for hours. The exact cause of the fire is still under investigation. Panoli GIDC is a major industrial hub in Bharuch, housing dozens of chemical units. Such incidents raise serious questions about safety protocols and emergency preparedness in these high-risk zones. Investigations will now determine whether negligence led to this inferno.
Viewers, an Indian national working at a motel in Dallas, Texas was brutally killed by a Cuban migrant who had been previously released from U.S. immigration custody after Cuba refused to accept his deportation. Republic is the only Indian media network reporting from Dallas, even as American media blacks out the beheading of the Indian national. Watch the exclusive ground report sent by Rajalal. And he is getting this report from the motel in Dallas where the alleged murder took place.
This incident happened in Dallas, Texas, in a motel called Downtown Suites, right across a golf course where I am standing right now. This place is very close to Interstate 30. The incident described as Jordanis Kobos Martinez, an illegal resident in the United States, attacked the manager of this Downtown Suites, Mr. Chandramouli Nagamalaya. Nagamalaya asked Martinez not to use a broken washing machine using a translator. Martinez got angry and he attacked Nagamalaya using a machete. Nagamalaya ran out of the motel and Martinez followed him. He attacked him and cut his throat, and he removed his head out of his body. He kicked his head into the parking lot, and later on he put that head into the nearby dumpster that was situated right next to the motel office. We approached the motel staff and they were not ready to comment on the incident. We tried to speak to many people in this area and none of them were ready to come in front of the camera and comment on this incident. Martinez is now under police custody and the incident is now being investigated by the police.
Shocking story coming in from Hyderabad, where a school turned into a drug factory. The anti-narcotics wings team has busted a narcotics unit running inside the school. And in fact, 3 people are now under arrest. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
Second firing outside Disha Patani's residence. 9 teams formed. Shooters still at large. Protest and anger against India versus Pakistan match grows. Families of victims speak out. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
One question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed, the time was fixed, but the person behind it or the mastermind behind it, I'm also unknown who did it. But there are few conspiracy theories. I don't want to go on them, but yeah, there are a few conspiracy theories like who might have done this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you as a youth. I'm part of. I consider myself a part of the youth in India, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that the frustration, the anger of the youth, the passion of the youth, and everything that you passionately felt for has been somewhere been taken advantage of, given only the kind of rioting, arson that we have seen in Nepal, like to burn down your parliament? I understand there is anger, right? But to burn down parliament, burn down homes, burn down hotels, like many properties which are not even linked. Do you feel that maybe somewhere that's been taken advantage of?
So you use that one word called infiltration, right?
Yeah.
So exactly that happened. Because Gen Zs were never supposed to do that. It was ignited by people who were not supposed to be there. And okay, parliament burning, it's like a very big deal. And burning is not even the solution, right? And there are a lot of people who even, there is this place called Singadorwar. It has a lot of historical significance.
Yeah.
And somehow it also got burned, like it did.
Yeah.
And Gen Zs were not the ones to do it. They were criminals, basically. And in literally a building side by my house, thank God it was so good building. It didn't even burn. Like that building got burned from inside only. It was so good, like nothing happened outside and other ones were not harmed. But people who did that, they were just drunk, they were high, and they did this. And these were just infiltrators. Like they were just infiltrators.
I've seen a video of youth holding guns outside the parliament. There is a video, I'm sure you've seen that video as well, of youth holding rifles outside the parliament. There are videos of them holding rifles in different parts of Kathmandu. When you look at, you've seen that video, right? I mean, they're holding rifles. Now, are these rifles that they snatch?
This week on Get Me Right, anatomy of the social media fires that gutted Nepal. Is the Gen Z's disconnect with reality so dangerous as to burn down their own country? Or did the people of Nepal pay the price of decades of corruption and misgovernance by its leaders? Was it a tinderbox waiting for a fuse to go off? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि ये मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है।
Prime Minister Modi calls out Congress party's abuse politics, says Congress party insulted Hazarika on Bharat Ratna.
कांग्रेस देश विरोधियों की, घुसपैठियों की भी बहुत बड़ी रक्षक बन चुकी है। कांग्रेस जब सत्ता में थी तो घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देती थी।
Prime Minister Modi pledges to make Assam infiltrators free, says illegal immigrants are changing the demography. Second firing outside Disha Patani's residence in UP. 9 teams have been formed. Shooters still at large. Indigo flight stop on runway during takeoff. Samajwadi Party MP Dimple Yadav was amongst the 151 passengers on board. Protests and anger against India and Pakistan, a match has grown louder. Families of the victims have spoken out. Aid meant for flood relief has been diverted. Pakistan funding reconstruction of the LET headquarters destroyed in Operation Sindoor. Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria Kapoor. Let's start with a breaking update coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Major success for Poonch police Hizbul Mujahideen backed terror module has been busted in the Mandi area of Punch. 3 terrorist sympathizers have been arrested. Their names are Tariq, Riaz and Shafi. Police has recovered 7 AK-47 rifles from them, 16 magazines and a large quantity of other warlike stores as well. And this is as far as the crackdown on terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. We're learning that there's been a major success for Punch police. Hizbul Mujahideen backed terror module has been busted in Mandi area of Punch district of Jammu and Kashmir. 3 terror sympathizers have been arrested, Tariq, Riaz and Shafi. And in fact, police has recovered 7 AK-47 rifles from them, 16 magazine and a large quantity of the warlike stores as well. And on your screen, you can see the visuals of the recovery that has been made by the police as far as the 3 terror sympathizers are concerned. There on the screen, you can see 7 AK-47 rifles, 16 magazines and a large quantity of the warlike stores as well. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who's been tracking this story very closely. Gursimran, this is in fact a big success for the Jammu and Kashmir police. Tell us about the crackdown on terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir.
See, this is a major success for the Punch police as they have been able to scuttle an attempt that was being made by the Hizbul Mujahideen to revive its cadre in Jammu and Kashmir. This was a Hizbul Mujahideen backed module that was operating in the Punch district. It was carried out in different phases. What we are picking up from the officials on ground, that this operation was carried out over a span of a couple of weeks, and now with the arrest of all 3, Tariq, Shafi and Riaz, this entire module has been busted. A major haul of the ammunition and arms has been recovered that includes 7 AK series rifles along with the 16 magazines and over 200 rounds of AK series that have also been recovered. What we are getting to know that it was based on some specific intelligence input that the Punch police led by SSP Shafkat Hussain, they carried out an operation. The operation was launched a couple of weeks ago, and during that the first 2 arrests were made. These terror sympathizers of Hizbul Mujahideen, they were arrested from the Mandi area, and then followed up by another raid that was carried out by the additional SP Mohan Sharma, in which this recovery of weapon has been made. So it is very clear that the team of officials that was specially sent after back-to-back terror incidents in the Punch, they have been able to actually get hold of this entire module that was operating in the area with the recovery of this huge consignment, because never in the past in the hinterland has been this much recovery that has been seen except for the drone droppings. So this shows that Hizbul Mujahideen, that was seen as a dead organization, that has revived itself and was planning a major terror strike. But before it could actually carry out the strike, the Punch police, they have been able to neutralize the attempts that were being made from across the border with the arrest of three sympathizers. That includes Tariq, Riaz and Shafi that are now behind the bars, and the investigation in this regard is underway. But a major terror haul has been recovered by the forces.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Gursimran, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this as far as the crackdown on terror in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. And now shifting our focus, as before, the India-Pakistan match protests have erupted across the country seeking cancellation of the match and questioning why the Board of Control for Cricket of India, BCCI, did not intervene on time. Many have criticized why the BCCI and the Indian players they have agreed to play against Pakistan in Asia Cup 2025. In fact, there on the screen, you can see protests have erupted in Mumbai, Lucknow, Kanpur and Bengaluru. And as before the India-Pakistan match, there's anger on the streets. The chants for a boycott, the call for boycott is only growing louder. With only 2.5 hours to go for the crucial match, in fact, there on the streets we can see anger from Karnataka, Lucknow, Kerala and Chandigarh. Pakistani flags were in fact burnt, effigies of the Pakistani players. A defiant message that has been given to Pakistan. But this comes in the shadow of the Pahalgam terror attack. Grief has turned into anger, and the families of those killed in the terror attack, they voiced their anguish, saying that such match should not have taken place. In fact, BCCI should have cancelled the match, and now they're saying that Indian players should boycott this match. But with only 2 hours left for the crucial match, now it remains to be seen what BCCI has to actually say on this. Let me go across to Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, defense expert. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV. We saw in July when the dates were announced, there was a massive social media uproar. But now on the streets, we can see massive anger. In fact, the families of those who lost their life in the Pahalgam terror attack, they are speaking out. They're saying that their grief means nothing to BCCI. They should cancel the match. But now only 2 hours are left for this crucial match. What do you think is the message that BCCI is trying to send across through not cancelling this match?
Kancha, thank you for inviting me to the show. Well, we are aware that the gruesome, dastardly attack in Pahalgam was the reason why we retaliated against Pakistanis, the militant organization, and later on their military establishment. Now, that was the basic root cause. Unfortunately, the BCCI has always been into a money spinning and making organization. For them, it does not, what the national sentiments are, they would care two hoots. But unfortunately, the government has also fallen prey. The government should have been very, very strong and should have told BCCI in no uncertain terms that either you boycott this event or India will not go ahead to participate there. And even if they go ahead, if the match is against the Pakistanis, you will not play it. And later on, because obviously we are a very, very strong team, we would have reached the finals. If Pakistanis had reached the finals, then we could have again refused. Now, for the government, there were only two riders, I think, which because of which they could not impose their will. First was that, international participation is very, very important. And in case we had not participated, the sporting bodies, various sporting bodies in the world would have banned the Indian sportspersons for participating in other sporting events. And the other was that, we are going to be bidding for the 2030 Commonwealth Games. So that again would have been in jeopardy. But the will of the nation is today, and even before this tournament had started, that we should not be participating in this tournament because we will be playing Pakistan. And that somehow the government has not intervened to the extent that they should have. And today we still have 2 hours. Maybe the players could refuse if they have the national sentiments. But then, unfortunately, cricketers are a breed which again is into just making money. Yes, they play for the nation, all right. But you see the amount of money that goes into cricket. So for them, money is the biggest thing. The national cause or the national feelings, it doesn't matter to them as much. Having said that, I sincerely hope that we do not play today and we forfeit the match. The nation, you've just shown the visuals. Everywhere, protests have erupted, and that is the general perception in the public that Pakistan, for what they did, and they have been a constant enemy of India. We should not participate with them. We should not have any sporting links. When we are not having other links with them, then why should we be playing this tournament? So having said that, it is very, very important that even before the match starts, I hope some better sense prevails and we forfeit the match. There's no harm in that, because the maximum that will happen is that we will be losing out on 2 points. So that doesn't make a difference. Yeah, Kancha.
Absolutely. And there are many like you on social media who are saying that they will not even watch the match on their television sets. But what do you think has changed in the last few months? Because I'll tell you, on May 7, there are many cricketers who had come forth during Operation Sindoor saying that just like movies, cricket should not be played with the Pakistani players. But 3 months later, we are seeing that they have gone quiet. There are several other cricketers who are saying that politics and cricket should be kept separate. So what do you think has happened in the last 4 months ever since Operation Sindoor has taken place, from them taking a stand to now not taking a stand at all?
Siya Kancha, unfortunately in our nation, our memory turns to be very short. And any major event or any tragedy happening, within a couple of months, we tend to forget it and even stop talking or discussing about it. And more so it is for the cricketers. They somehow, I don't know for what reason they agreed. Now, if you see where the Veterans League was being held in UK, the veterans had refused. They didn't participate. They didn't play Pakistan. We forfeited the match. And similarly, our cricketers, even if they were being forced by BCCI or the rule position that exists, they can, even today, they can refuse. But like I said, it is all matter of money that matters to them. And this is very, very sad. I have seen Pakistani cricketers, quite a few of them, including Shahid Afridi, coming openly and speaking for Pakistan and talking nonsense about us. But I haven't seen any Indian cricketer who has been so very forceful in commenting against what Pakistan has done against us. We have the likes of Tendulkar and rest of the people. Hardly there's any statement. Tendulkar has been a member of parliament, but he's not come forward and given a very, very strong statement against the Pakistani action, what they did, the dastardly act against us. So cricketers, again, but then for the nation also, today everybody is together. Today everybody does not want to play with Pakistan. But unfortunately, like I said, we are a nation of small memory. And as the time passes, we will forget what happened and the life will go on in the normal manner. So right now the topic is hot. Our hearts and soul are with the families of those who were martyred, as well as for the tremendous and phenomenal job that the Indian Army did against the Pakistanis in Op Sindoor, which is presently paused, but it is still on. So keeping all that in view, I once again, I feel even now or maybe tomorrow or day after, the top-notch ex-cricketers and the present cricketers must come out in the open and speak their minds out. Why are we scared? Why are we scared to say anything against Pakistan or the Pakistani cricketers, or for that matter, for the sportsmen? So it just does not make sense. If there are few people who still don't harbor the kind of sentiments that rest of the nation has for Mother India and for what we are. Yeah,
absolutely, you're absolutely right in saying that cricketers should have taken a strong stand on this. And in the absence of that, now the protesters are saying and the Indians are saying that they have failed in fact speaking about this. Thanks so much, Brigadier Khanna, for speaking to Republic TV. And those are the visuals on your screen from Bhopal, Jammu, Mumbai, Lucknow, Kanpur and Trivandrum. In fact, there is massive uproar on the streets. People are saying that, in fact, the match should be cancelled, it should be boycotted. But most importantly, they are saying, why did BCCI and Indian players did not intervene on time? And now shifting our focus to Telangana, shocking story coming in from Hyderabad, where a school turned into a drug factory. The anti-narcotics wing's Eagle team busted a narcotics unit running inside a school in one of the areas in Hyderabad. There, in fact, now 3 people we're learning have been arrested in this case. Here's a quick report.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
And now shifting our focus to UP, where there was firing at Disha Patani's Bareilly house that took place not just one but twice. In fact, Republic TV has exclusively learned that the gunning that happened on September 12th was the second instance in the last 25 hours. And earlier on Thursday morning, we're learning that around 4:30 a.m., one of Jagdish Patani's neighbors heard the shooting sound and found that 2 empty shells outside the house. And speaking to Republic TV, Dinesh Tandon, who's one of the neighbors of Disha Patani, revealed that there was aerial firing outside Patani's residence on Thursday as well. And when he came out of his house around 6 a.m. in the morning, he found the shells, and the women living on the first floor told him that she had heard a noise like a gunshot in the morning as well. Have a look at the ground report.
ये बड़ा खुलासा है क्योंकि पहली फायरिंग जो है वो गुरुवार की सुबह होती है। ये देखिए, ये गली है, गली के 5वां मकान जो है दिशा पाटनी का मकान है। और ऐसा हमने जब पड़ोसियों से बातचीत करी तो उनका ये कहना था कि गुरुवार की सुबह 4:30 बजे के आसपास यहाँ पे फायरिंग हुई। जब पड़ोसी सुबह 6 बजे के आसपास यहाँ घर से बाहर निकलते हैं तो इस जगह से खाली खोखे जो है वो रिकवर किया जाता है। दूसरा खाली खोखा जो है शेल, वो यहाँ से रिकवर किया जाता है। तो इससे ये बात जाहिर है कि गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर खड़े होकर हमलावरों ने हवाई फायरिंग की थी, 2 राउंड फायरिंग की थी, जिसकी जानकारी दिशा पाटनी के परिवार को नहीं थी। पड़ोसियों ने ये जानकारी जो थी परिवार को दी जाती है, लेकिन हमलावर को ये पता चला कि इन तक ये बात नहीं पहुंची कि हमलावरों ने गुरुवार की सुबह फायरिंग की है। और शुक्रवार की सुबह यहां से एक बार फिर से दोनों हमलावर बाइक पर आते हैं, यहां पर रुकते हैं, पिस्टल निकालते हैं और इसी जगह पे घर के फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देते हैं। दीवार पे जो है बड़े बड़े मार्क्स नजर आ रहे हैं। 8 से 9 राउंड फायरिंग होती है और मकसद यही था कि बदमाशों की परिवार को डराना, दहशत में लाना, और इसी कारण उन्होंने ये समय चुना। और इसी दौरान जो है लगातार फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर थे वो फरार हो जाते हैं। फिलहाल अभी तक ये जांच में निकलकर सामने आया कि अभी हमलावरों की पहचान नहीं हो पाई है, क्योंकि पुलिस जो है उनके फॉरवर्ड रूट को ट्रैक कर रही है। लेकिन जैसे ही ये फायरिंग का इंसिडेंट होता है तो बरेली पुलिस एक्टिव हो जाती है। और ये पीछे की ओर आप ये देखिए कि अब फिलहाल 24 घंटे जो है बरेली पुलिस के जवानों को दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सुरक्षा के लिए यहाँ पे तैनात किया गया है। शिफ्ट वाइज जो है पुलिसकर्मी यहाँ पे तैनात रहते हैं। मकसद यही है कि दोबारा से ऐसा इंसिडेंट ना हो, और इन्हीं बातों को ध्यान में रखते हुए पुलिस यहाँ पे एक्टिव है। और अभी फिलहाल एसपी सिटी जो है बरेली वो अंदर मौजूद हैं। वो दिशा पाटनी के परिवार से मुलाकात करने पहुंचे हैं। उनका स्टेटमेंट जो है वो यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि जिस जगह पे हम मौजूद हैं गुरुवार की सुबह यहाँ पर हमलावर पहुंचते ज़रूर हैं। वो 2 राउंड हवा में फायर करते हैं। वो हवा में फायर करने के बाद यहाँ से बाहर निकल जाते हैं। ये जो आप पीछे की आप ये देख रहे हैं, ये रामपुर रोड है। आगे से जाएंगे चौराहे पे झुमका चौक आता है, वहाँ से हाईवे जुड़ जाता है। तो ऐसा सोर्स ये बता रहे हैं कि शुक्रवार और गुरुवार की सुबह दोनों हमलावर झुमका चौक से रामपुर रोड पे आते हैं, रामपुर रोड से सिविल लाइंस पे पहुंचते हैं और यहाँ से जो है इस चौड़ी गली के अंदर आते हैं और इस जगह पे इस घर को निशाना बनाते हैं, क्योंकि पहले घर की रैकी की गई और रैकी करने के बाद दिशा पाटनी के इसी फर्स्ट फ्लोर को ताबड़तोड़ फायरिंग कर देते हैं। उन हमलावरों को ये भी जानकारी थी कि जिस समय उन्होंने फायरिंग करनी है उस वक्त दिशा पाटनी का पिता, उनकी बड़ी बहन और बाकी परिवार के लोग जो है वो घर के अंदर ही मौजूद थे। तो कुल मिला के देखा जाए तो बदमाशों का मकसद ये था कि दहशत में लाना, एक डर का माहौल पैदा करना, उसी मकसद से घर को निशाना किया जाता है। कोई घायल नहीं हुआ और फायरिंग करके जो हमलावर है वो फरार हो जाते हैं। लेकिन
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll tell you about how Prime Minister has pledged to make Assam infiltrators free. He said that illegal immigrants are changing the demography. And also on the other side, we'll tell you about how the flood aid meant for relief has been diverted in Pakistan. In fact, Pakistan is funding the reconstruction of the LET headquarters, which was, remember, destroyed during Operation Sindoor. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, turning point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not...
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent
yes,
household?
I was.
Okay, good, and that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit, and when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time.
Inside court, he is fearless. Outside, he is calm. India's 12th Attorney General. For decades, he's fought the biggest battles in India. From representing Prime Minister Modi when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat to fighting Shah Rukh Khan's case. From triple talaq to Aadhaar, he has represented all. This is not just the story of a lawyer, it's the saga of a gladiator. Senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi on the legal side of things this weekend only on Republic TV.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget
हर्बल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a fire alarm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, turning point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not...
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistic, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent
Yes,
household?
I was.
Okay, good, and that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational.
Today we are joined by India's celebrated legend, a senior advocate, the 12th Attorney General of India, but for us, someone who's also got a passion for fine art living. I welcome on the show Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, one of the most connected lawyers and who's appeared maximum for state governments, politicians, stars across India. Mr. Rohatgi, so of course, we're going to begin at the very start. I want to first ask you and try and understand, I've always seen you in the Supreme Court. Sometimes you are briefed maybe a few minutes in advance. You have an uncanny ability to connect with the judges. You roar inside the Supreme Court. Outside, you're extremely calm. Right at the start, July 1978, you began your career. You started in the chambers of Y.K. Sabharwal. He later became the Chief Justice of India. At 39, you became a senior advocate. Your father was one of the best-known judges of the Delhi High Court, Justice Rohatgi. I've also seen how he wrote at a very fast-paced judgment, so he's still known for that. You said you got your passion for stationery, pens, and even reading from him. So tell us a little bit first about your early years and your parents.
See, my father was a lawyer. I grew up in a house where one could only see professionalism. My father used to teach in the law faculty as a part-timer from 1947 till 1972, when he became a judge of the High Court. He was appointed as a part-time lecturer for life by Sir Maurice Guire, the gentleman who founded the DU.
Right.
He was also the Chief Justice of the Federal Court. Very rare to have 2 positions in one gentleman, but that was prior to the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And so I used to see my father working extremely hard, getting up at 5 or 6 in the morning, going for teaching morning classes, then go to court at 10, come back from court at 4, go to his office at 5, then come back at 9.
Gosh.
So we used to kind of, me and my sister, she was 3 years older to me, we used to meet my father more or less on a Friday evening because he would be gone before we went to school and he would come after we had gone to sleep.
gosh.
You know, so but he was a strict disciplinarian. He was an academic minded person. He was a first class first in law. That's why he got his job, etc. So he liked reading and he inculcated the habit of reading. So every Friday evening, me and my sister used to go with my parents to Connaught Place. There was nothing else then. And you know, in the Connaught Place, there would be booksellers sitting in the gallery, in the cupboard, where you walk in Connaught Place, in the inner circle. So we used to buy books and those paperbacks. We started with Enid Blyton, and then went on to James Headley Chase and stuff like that. P.G. Wodehouse in later years. So that was our love for books. As far as schooling is concerned, I was in modern school, which was probably the best school in those days. As far as pens are concerned, I think the credit would go to late Mr. Jaitley and my friend Mr. R.N. Karanjwala. So both of them were very fond of pens and they inculcated this pen kind of stuff. So you can see two pens which are here. And that's how, you know, I kind of, entered the profession at that time.
You then went to Hansraj in Delhi Law Faculty, University, and then you went to Government Law College in Bombay. What were the experiences that you had at GLC and Delhi, and which had a maximum influence on you?
See, I would say the maximum influence was my schooling.
Okay.
I would pay, every day I pay respects to my late principal. M.N. Kapoor was a great academic and a great principal. That I think had the maximum influence to give you a rounded personality. The second influence, much more than DU, was the Government Law College in Bombay. And the reason was that a lot of our teachers and professors were good practicing lawyers of that time.
Right.
And they were part-time lawyers, including one or two very famous lawyers, like Mr. Rafiq Dada.
Yes, of course.
He is the leader of the bar in Bombay for the last, maybe 60 years. He was our income tax teacher. And, you know, Mr. Nafde, who is practicing here, he used to teach the Evidence Act. So we got a lot of practical experience, or practical knowledge from teachers who were practicing in the court. And then, you know, teaching us side by side. And those were fun times. Mr. Karanjwala and I were together, we were two other friends. And, you know, at that time, Bombay was the commercial center.
Absolutely.
The financial center of the country. And Bombay High Court enjoyed a preeminent place in all the high courts, much more than Delhi.
So when did you move to this beautiful place that you have here, your chambers now?
We moved this year in the month of May. And I was finding that my Sundarnagar office, which I used for a large number of years, was a little getting cramped.
Right, sir.
Because, you know, I have on an average 200, 250 clients and lawyers coming every day. And I found it to be a little cramped. And I had spent 12 or 15 years there. So I found this property, it's closer home. And in terms of square footage, it is much bigger than that property. But the property, when I bought it, was nothing like this. It was pretty decrepit. So one of my daughters-in-law is a gifted interior designer. Her name is Meher. So I gave that job to her and she did the interiors.
Lovely.
And I think she's come out pretty well.
It's really nice.
And this is a portrait by a very famous artist whose name is, I think, Mr. Kanhaiya. He has made portraits for a large number of politicians, dignitaries and all that. So he insisted on making a portrait.
And it's wonderful. It's so lifelike. It's absolutely lifelike.
You can see the same pen.
Yes.
And maybe the same shoes.
Yes. That's right. That's right.
And the same jacket. Yeah?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And I wanted to show you,
Yes, sir. Please do.
this is the federal court
Right.
prior to the Supreme Court of India.
Okay.
And this gentleman is the Chief Justice of the Federal Court,
Right.
Sir Maurice Squire.
Okay.
And after him is named Maurice Nagar near the university,
Yes.
or Guire Hall
Right.
in the DU.
Oh, lovely.
This is that.
So all these paintings have a significance?
Yeah, something you see, that's the Supreme Court in the early 50s or 60s.
Very nice.
The others are, this is how the North and South Block is.
Yes.
This is the India Gate, the procession going to India Gate.
Very nice.
This is the Supreme Court from a kind of a zoom kind of a thing. This is the
Yes.
Gateway of India
Yes.
across Taj,
Taj.
which I love whenever I go to Bombay.
Yes.
I try to walk there. This is one of my favorite paintings.
Right.
I picked it up in Bombay
Okay.
about 20, 30 years ago. This is the painting of an actual courtroom
Okay.
in the Bombay High Court. On the first floor, it's courtroom number 46.
Oh.
It's the largest courtroom in the High Court.
Right.
And this is a depiction of Bal Gangadhar Tilak's trial
Right.
when he was tried for sedition.
Oh.
And he argued his own case before an English judge. Obviously, he was convicted.
Right.
And that's where he said that Swaraj is my Janam Siddha Adhikar and I will have it. And there are powers which are greater than the powers that be here. That's an immortal speech
Right.
he gave. And that's the speech he's giving. This is one of my favorite paintings. This has always been behind my
And the fact
chair.
that it's behind your chair shows...
I always kept it like that.
Yes, it shows your love for the nation. I've also seen you, and I want to ask you a lot about the Yaqub Memon case. It was unprecedented. You were the Attorney General. You also had a wonderful relationship with the former President Pranab Mukherjee.
Yes.
What was that time like? There are always these naysayers and this lobby, sir, that tries to put across their words for Afzal Guru, Yaqub Memon, and they wanted once again a delay, once again by citing mercy.
See, you must understand, in our country, if things like verdicts, death sentences, execution of death sentences, if they don't happen in time, then they never happen. And then, they drag on for years, at times 10 years, 15 years. I'm doing some cases currently also. And once that happens, there is a line of judgments
Yes.
that if a person is kept on the death row without the sentence being executed for maybe 10 years or 5 years or 15 years, then that is torture itself. And therefore, the person is entitled to commutation of punishment from death by hanging to life imprisonment.
Oh.
So that's the reason to delay. Right? So you make a representation to the president, it gets rejected. It takes 2 years to reject it. Then you make one more.
Correct.
It takes more time. Then you move some court. Takes more time. So this is the
But this
reason.
was, you've had several midnight hearings before the Supreme
So
Court.
I will tell you about the Yaqub Memon's case. Now, Yaqub Memon was sentenced to death. That sentence was affirmed by the Supreme Court. But in our system, you can still ask the president for mercy.
Yes.
And if the president doesn't decide or decides one way or the other, you can again come back to the Supreme Court, again raise some kind of challenge, whether frivolous or otherwise, and it takes time, and the government then doesn't act because some challenge is pending. That's the game,
Yes.
to do it again and again and again. So in this particular case, when I was the Attorney General, the challenge to the president's rejection was heard in the day by Chief Justice Deepak Mishra,
Yes.
his
Justice
bench.
Mishra, yes,
The challenge was rejected by 4 o'clock with a judgment,
that's right.
and the time for hanging was fixed at 6 a.m. the next day. So I thought it was over. Then I went home, and I was just barely gone to sleep at about 10:30, 11. That I got a call from the registrar, the Supreme Court, saying that a fresh petition has been moved again before the court to defer the hanging and this and that. And Justice Deepak Mishra has fixed the hearing at about 1 o'clock at night. So then I rushed to the court after picking up my gowns and my dresses from my Sundarnagar office. I rushed there. And that hearing went on till about 5 in the morning. And then the petition was rejected. And
at 7 he was hanged.
At 6:30 he was hanged. And before, I forgot to tell you, before the hearing at 1 o'clock, I was summoned by the president at about 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening, again taking my views on a fresh mercy petition. So I told him that you can't have successive mercy petitions coming every day, every month. I mean, that's not what the law is about. So he rejected it. And then this saga happened. There was one more midnight hearing.
The floor test.
That was the floor test, which, if you ask frankly, I don't think it required the emergency of a midnight hearing. It was completely unnecessary to put that kind of pressure on the court, judges. Not necessary, but anyway, that is the second time it happened. And I don't think there are many lawyers who would have done 2 or 3 midnight hearings.
I completely agree.
Which I have done, and I'm happy that I
And you argued, I remember, because we were outside the court, we were reporting on what you were saying inside the court. I think you've become almost the authority when it comes to constitutional laws, floor tests, governors. What actually should be the position that should be followed? I think when the governments are different, they have different views. But what should be a particular position here that should be followed, Mr. Rohatgi?
No, see, as far as the governors are concerned, and currently that issue is going on in the presidential reference.
Yes.
But it is settled law that a governor does not have any discretion. He is aided and advised by the Council of Ministers, just like the Prime Minister. Just like the President, I'm sorry.
You were appointed by the Vajpayee government as the Additional Solicitor General in 1999. You've said that was often the place that gave you the national scope. Were you more flummoxed or fascinated? What were the cases that were given to you at that time like?
See, going from a local high court to the Supreme Court is a completely different ball game. One cannot imagine, a lawyer cannot imagine what he is going to face in the Supreme Court going from a local high court. Now, in a local high court, say Delhi for that matter, Delhi High Court has very good work, it always had good work. But then there are several branches of litigation which are not existing in Delhi. So arbitration is a new field which has come up. Intellectual property cases have come up in Delhi in a big way. They were not there in the early 90s till the earlier Congress Prime Minister came. I forget his name.
Manmohan Singh.
No, before Mr. Manmohan Singh.
Narasimha Rao.
Narasimha Rao. He was the architect for liberalization. That resulted in the explosion of litigation. So, with that kind of a limited experience, when you go to the Supreme Court, you have to do litigation of 25 states. I was fortunate, if I use that phrase. Soon after I went, Gujarat had those riots.
Yes, I was going to ask you on that.
So in those riots, there were a lot of PIL petitions in the Supreme Court against the government and against the police.
Yes.
So as luck would have it, I got a chance to represent the Gujarat government and the Gujarat police in the Supreme Court in all those PIL cases. There were the Best Bakery cases, or Naroda Patia cases, Gulbarg Society cases, the burning of the train, and cases of the Jakia Jafri, widow of Ehsan Jafri, all those cases. And there were at least 100, 200 odd cases, which I did from 2001, 2002. Soon after Mr. Modi came to power as the CM, all these cases happened, and I did them for a good 10 years. So it gives you a great insight of how things happen. And most of all, I'm very happy in retrospect that I was given a torrid time by the court. The court was hostile.
Yes.
Hostile to what was happening, etc., etc. But one last case I did was about 3 years ago, in which the petition was by Jakia Jafri.
Loya case.
No, not Loya. This Gujarat riots case.
Right.
Alleging that the chief minister, that is the current prime minister, he actually overlooked and looked the other way when asked the police to do this, that. Which is all bunkum, it is all false.
I also remember you were at that time, I remember Court 5, and I remember it used to be in the afternoons when these cases used to come up, and the court used to always be packed and belligerent. The court, if I would say, was belligerent.
I would say hostile.
Hostile, yes. But Mr. Rohatgi, you've also had interactions with the Prime Minister, who was the then first-time Chief Minister of Gujarat. I've heard you were a part of the cabinet meetings in Gujarat at that time.
No, see, I was not a regular, I'm not a part of regular meetings, but 1 or 2 meetings I attended because some policy decisions had to be taken, some discussions had to be done.
Okay.
And I did go to Gujarat once or twice. And obviously I interacted with the Prime Minister, then Chief Minister at that time. And I've had a long association with them from Gujarat to the center and this and that.
Yes.
That's how life carries on.
What has your interaction, first as the Additional Solicitor General for Prime Minister Modi as the then Chief Minister been, and then as the Attorney General? You've met him a lot of times. What are your reflections about the Prime Minister?
See, my major interactions happened when he became the Prime Minister and he appointed me as the Attorney General. So I had several interactions with him on several issues, and I used to go to PMO and discuss things and all that. And my first impression was that, and I've said it before, he's an extremely patient person. May or may not come across on TV, I don't know, but he's extremely patient. He hears out everybody fully. He doesn't go on interfering. It's not like a court where a judge is going on asking questions.
Right.
He hears everybody, takes all the point of views, because he also knows that, see, he's not an expert in every field, whether it's law, whether it's medicine, whether it's environment, whether it is X, whether it's Y. But he has a great ability to absorb. And when you absorb viewpoints of several people, one way or the other, it allows you to make a conscious decision. So those are the decisions he makes. They are not abrupt decisions. They are decisions in which hours and hours are spent on meetings. And I've spent 1 hour, 1.5 hours, which is a lot for a Prime Minister to give, you know, how many meetings he would have had to. I mean, India is not a small place.
That's
India,
right.
And kind of problems India faces are huge, internal or external. And he kind of comes to grips. One day I met him at some function, I forget. That's the time, you know, just to tell you the kind of person he is. The Doklam thing was going on with China.
Right.
In Bhutan. And the Chinese and the Indian army were face to face for nearly 2 months. So I casually asked him that question. And he immediately went into the depths of the subject and explained on his hand कि देखो ये भूटान है, ये इंडिया है, ये चाइना है, ये डॉकलैम है, यहाँ पर ऐसी सिचुएशन है, हमारे जवान और उनके जवान आई टू आई खड़े हैं, ऐसा है. No, I mean, a person who very intense and goes to the bottom of the things, and only then he takes a decision. So that's my impression of the Prime.
I think the same has also come through with Operation Sindoor. A lot of people have spoken about it.
So he said on TV, which I remember, that when Sindoor was going on, he said on TV that he has given the army a free hand. Otherwise, the political head is the final master, whether to do this or not. Given a free hand, and he said on TV that I have been sitting in this room for 48 hours. Maybe he didn't sleep for 40 hours.
Right.
So that's the kind of person he is.
You know, you're also someone, not only I'm going to say as a lawyer, but also as an expert when it comes to corporate laws and understanding of the corporate world. I want to ask you, what do you make of the Trump tariffs?
I think they're completely unjustified. And if you ask me, the decisions are completely erratic. They have no reasoning. They are hollow, whimsical. Something like that. I don't like you. Yes. Tariff.
That's right.
Now his man, that Navarro, his advisor.
Yes.
He's saying that the path to the war is from New Delhi. Are we a part of the Ukraine and the Russia war? What have we to do with it?
Yes.
We have to buy oil for our requirements.
That's right.
China is buying more oil from them.
Yes.
They are still at 30% tariff and we are at 50%. As if we are, you see, egging on Russia. India has never egged on a party or a state to go on with a war. We always say, we don't have a war.
Yes.
But we have to look after our interests.
Absolutely.
That's what the Prime Minister has been saying. And he has therefore launched the Swadeshi campaign.
Yes.
But don't buy all this Firang stuff. Look at the local stuff. We have such a huge population. You have so much consumption. I mean, you're exporting shrimps, right? Shrimp industry is being affected. You put it in the Indian market. Put it in the Indian market. You may not earn double the profit, but you still get 20%, which is good enough.
Very nice.
So, चाहे shrimp हो, चाहे कपड़ा हो, चाहे gems and jewelry. Now, some ladies gem or jewelry खरीदती हैं India में far more than they buy abroad.
Yes.
So bring it here.
Yes.
So if you do the Swadeshi campaign, I mean, don't have coffee in Starbucks. But should you go elsewhere? Have it in Khan Market, have it Costa Coffee.
Yes.
You know, things like that.
Lovely.
That's the kind of campaign the Prime Minister is trying, and I think people are with him.
One of the most high-profile cases you've done, I would say, is the Aryan Khan case. How were you approached? Where were you? What happened in those 3 days you were in the Bombay High Court? You finally won bail after a period of 3 weeks for Aryan.
See, personally, I don't think it was such a big or an important case. It just seems to be a case where everybody is interested. So every reporter keeps asking me about that case, including you and others. So I will tell you exactly what happened. According to me, it was a regular bail matter as far as I'm concerned, and I've done thousands of them.
That's right.
It just happens that the personality is important, and therefore, everybody is looking at it. But in short, I was in the UK on a holiday, and there were COVID times. COVID was declining, but it was still COVID times. So I got a call from somebody who was close to Mr. Khan that he wants you to argue that case in Bombay High Court. So I refused. That I don't want to break my holiday and come back. So holiday for 7 days. Then somehow Mr. Khan got my number and he called me. So I told him the same thing, that I don't want to do it. So a great actor he is. So he said, can I speak to your wife? I said, sure. So then he gave her the sob story, then don't take it as a client, I'm a father, it happens, things like that. And obviously he was feeling it. So my wife also said, Arre bhai chale jao. So I told her, normally you were saying be so careful in COVID, now you're saying go all the way and do your case and all that. So anyway, Mr. Khan was gracious enough, he offered me a private jet, which I didn't take, because I'm not very fond of small jets. So I flew down to Bombay, and Shah Rukh had himself checked in to the same hotel where I usually stay,
Trident.
which is the Trident, Nariman Point. And I found him to be quite keen and intelligent. He had made a lot of notes and points and stuff like that, apart from the lawyers. And he discussed with me. And then we argued it. It was argued for 2 half days or so, 3 half days or something. And finally, bail was granted. And I promptly went back to England to spend the rest of my holidays. That's how this thing happened. And if you remember, the solicitor's team was Karanjawala and Company. And I think Ruby who works with
Yes.
Karanjawala. She was
there.
in charge from their side.
Yes.
And she was also there
Yes.
in Bombay along with other lawyers. And that's how we carried the day.
I want to ask you, Mr. Rohatgi, about bail as a norm and not jail. Something you've spoken several times about, something which I think is amiss because somewhere I think the judges have forgotten that this is what the ethos in India should be.
You're absolutely right. Bail is the rule and jail is an exception. Under our constitution, under our legal ethos, and under our jurisprudence. This was very famously stated by one of the most distinguished judges of the Supreme Court, late Justice Krishna Iyer. Bail, not jail. And you know, in the years that I started practice in the 80s and the 90s, even the first decade of 2000s, bail matters used to be argued for not more than 5 minutes or 7 minutes. That look, this is the maximum sentence, this is the amount of period undergone, charge sheet has been filed, not filed, investigation complete, not complete. Unless there is a great risk, the person is a maniac or, you know, cases of rape or sexual assault, be guilty of any cases or a heinous offense of murder. You know. By and large, you know, one would get bail.
That's right.
And the orders used to be half a page to 2 pages. But you know, somehow over the years, I would say the first person to blame is the legislature. And the legislature of 2002 to 2005, which was the Congress party. Mr. Chidambaram was the pioneer of this so-called PMLA. It's an absurd law. For the same offense, you are tried under the Indian Penal Code, and for the same offense, with some slight variation, you are tried for under the PMLA. So for the same offense, you are tried twice. You can be convicted twice. Your punishments can be twice. It's completely against our constitution. Right?
That's right.
Then, unfortunately, the provisions of that act were upheld. Wrongly so. The judgment of the Supreme Court upholding this in Vijay Madanlal's case, according to me, is completely wrong, completely unconstitutional. But we are stuck with it. A review petition is going on. God knows how much will happen, will not happen. So with those kind of laws, and those laws turned the rule of presumption of innocence on its head.
Yes.
It says you are guilty till you show that you are innocent. That was never the rule in the Constitution. Those provisions are there in matters of bail. The judge cannot grant bail unless he's sure that you are innocent. How can a judge reach a conclusion that somebody is innocent in a bail without a trial?
Exactly.
It's absurd. Unfortunately, those provisions have been upheld. They are being applied. People are rotting in jails. So the seed was sown by the Congress party. And, you know, as nature would have it, it turned a full circle and it came to bite those very people who brought in the law. Look at that. That's how what goes around comes back.
That's true. Whether it's the Herald case, whether it's
So you look at that.
That's true.
They started these laws. The laws were completely wrong.
Yes.
And it came to bite them. Mr. Chidambaram, this, that, so many other people, they went to jail because of these laws should be completely repealed, according to me.
I want to ask you about Justice Verma case. Do you think an FIR should be registered?
See, let me tell you from whatever I know, I have represented him in that case.
Yes.
The Supreme Court also. First of all, what the then Chief Justice of India did in publishing that video under the mistaken belief that transparency is great. No doubt transparency is great. But it has to be with some level of following the laws or the norms. Some video was taken by somebody. That video was shown to the Chief Justice of India, Justice Khanna. He was a great judge, full of integrity, ramrod straight. But even he can make a mistake. He should not have put that video immediately picked up by all the national press. It shows some notes burning. Were they genuine? Were they fake? How many were they? Nobody knows. Somebody says 10 crore. I told somebody 5 lakh. Nobody knows, right? But the image of the judge is finished in the eyes of the public because people tend to believe what they see more than what they read, right? So, अरे जज के घर में पैसा निकला, करप्शन तो है ही, हर जगह हो रही करप्शन, जजों में भी हो रही है, पुलिस में भी है, अफसरों में भी है, पॉलिटिशियंस में भी है. So there is a general negative feeling, you know, or a feeling of derision. अरे भाई सब जगह ऐसे होते. So that judge is damned anyway. Nobody will believe कि किसी ने रख दिया हो पैसा, क्या मालूम कितना था.
But in-house committee said that he is not being able to explain
committee,
it.
According to me, is completely wrong.
Okay.
The ultimate result of the in-house committee is, you know what? Not किसने रखा, कहाँ से आया, कुछ नहीं है उसमें. They have not been able to find it out. That's what they had to find out. What is the ultimate finding? अरे
Unaccounted cash was
ये
there.
unaccounted cash मिला उस कमरे में
Yes.
जो जज के पूरे घर के अंदर था, तो लिहाजा जज एक्सप्लेन करे.
Yes, and only he can find
now
it.
I tell
only
you,
he
Rhythm.
can. Yes.
You are sitting here.
Yes.
You have a car outside, right?
Yes.
You don't have a driver, suppose. So I tell my guy, go and open a dicky with a screwdriver. उसमें 1 kilo hash डाल देना. You will never know. You will drive the car.
But they also came to
Listen,
the
listen.
understanding. Yes.
So I am going to call up the cops. कि एक रिदम आ रही है गाड़ी नंबर 1, 2, 3, 4 में, उनको रोको, उसमें कॉन्ट्राबैंड मिलेगा. आपकी गाड़ी में कॉन्ट्राबैंड मिला.
So you're saying
You
this
have no
was
explanation कहाँ से आया? But if I say no, you are guilty because आपका है, खत्म. I'm giving you a simple example.
a simple alternative. But was it so simple because only Kirki and the other people who were a part of his house were able to go into that store?
That is all wrong. I've seen that house.
Okay.
I've been to that house many times. My brother-in-law, Justice Bipin Sanghi, used to live in that house.
But his daughter had called for the fire engine, and she immediately said, "Okay, ab nahi aane ki zarurat." And
That's not true. Fire came.
They
There was,
came.
so who
And
said? No,
she
she
was
never said
reluctant?
aane ki zarurat nahi. No, not at all. She invited.
She
She came. The report says we find Verma's behavior very strange. Why? Because when he came back from his safari the next day, he did not go to that room to see the fire. He went and first met his old mother. Arey? If you come back and you have an old mother, would you meet the mother or would you go and see the fire? Second, we find that his conduct is abnormal. Why? Because when he was transferred, he did not object.
He did not object.
So why should you object? Everyday transfers are happening. You think judges are objecting? They are supposed to be a soldier. According to me, that report is not worth the paper it is written on. Okay? And that report calls for no evidentiary value in the actual thing which will happen later.
What is the actual thing, Mr. Rohatgi?
The committee appointed by the speaker.
Right.
That is consisting of 2 judges and a lawyer.
Right.
That's the real committee. This is supposed to be some fact-finding committee. This is not something which is sanctioned by the law or by the constitution.
So we're going to keep our fingers on that. And also, is a judge above board when it comes to an FIR in such a case?
See, the law is that judges are prone to, these kind of things. I mean, they decide hundreds of cases.
Right.
So one party or the other is against the judge.
Right.
That he destroyed me, took away my house, took away my marriage, whatever. So people will lodge all kinds of FIRs. So there is an inbuilt mechanism that you can't lodge an FIR till the consent of the Chief Justice of India is required. That's about all. The Chief Justice could have said, lodge an FIR, have a police investigation. So this kind of case requires a police investigation.
Yes.
It requires a forensic investigation.
Yes.
वो नोट कहाँ थे, कैसे जले थे, वो असली हैं कि नकली हैं, वो पुराने हैं कि नए हैं, आग कैसे लगी, इलेक्ट्रिक शॉर्ट सर्किट से लगी, किसी ने माचिस से लगाई, कि किसी ने मिट्टी के तेल से लगाई. All that was required. वो तो कुछ हुआ नहीं. वो आग लगी और साफ हो गई और चली गई. So, होनी चाहिए थी FIR. But anyway, now it's too late for all that.
Okay, I wanted to, sir, ask you 2 more questions. One, of course, being going back to your early years, what was your first salary? What did you earn first? And how did you spend it?
See, I didn't have a salary. I worked in the chambers of Justice Y.K. Sabharwal, who is a lawyer. And he was a popular lawyer in the High Court. He had good work. So there was no salary, but he used to get me some junior briefs, you know, assisting him. Or if the small person comes who can't afford, he has only 500 rupees to pay, right? So he would say, "Yaar, iska case kar dena." So I got a lot of opportunity under him to do cases. The least fee that I have taken, I remember, was 220 rupees, which was a great figure those days. You could go to Taj and have a meal in that money. And that's how we started. My wife used to maintain a notebook about recording, got a check of 550 rupees. 1100 rupees was a great fee. So we started in small ways, and till there was an explosion of litigation, as I said, under Mr. Narasimha Rao, and then things became better and all that.
I want to ask how a day of yours begins and what do you do the entire day? When do you take a break?
See, I generally get up at about 6:30. The first thing I read is the Indian Express on my iPad, because in the old days, I used to read newspapers physically, but after COVID, you got used to iPads. And then I go for a walk to Lodi Garden. We have a group of friends who meet there.
Which I'll ask
from
you
different walks of life. They're not lawyers. And I used to originally walk in house cars when I was in GK. Then I used to walk in Siri Fort Road with Mr. Jaitley when he shifted to Kailash Colony. We were there for many years. Then he and I both shifted to Lutyens. I became an ASG attorney and he was a minister. So we started Lodi Gardens the last about 30 years. And I go there more or less every day, at least 25 times a month.
Okay.
And we walk there, and then we have a tea club. It was called the Jaitley Point, where Jaitley used to always have tea there. We sit there for 15-20 minutes, chit-chat, and then I come back by about 8:30. Sometimes I come straight to office, or go home, change, and I start here by about 8:45. Then you are in court till about 4 o'clock. Then I come back and I start straight away. I don't rest.
Okay.
Because I want to finish. And then I try to wind up by about 7:30.
Okay.
And then since my house is closed, I go home.
Right.
And now I have a pool. I swim sometimes in the evening. I try to meet my grandchildren.
Lovely.
I would say that they're the best things that can happen to a grandfather, to have two young children to speak to, because with our own children, we never had that interaction because we were busy.
Yes.
You know, so I have two grandchildren, both go to the same school. So I try to meet them, but they go out to sleep by 7:30 because they get up early.
Right.
And today on Friday, but for this interview, I would have gone home.
I'm sorry.
And it's all right. I will still go home and meet them because kal chutti hai. So spend time with the grandchildren, maybe swim with them, maybe watch some Tom and Jerry with them on TV.
Lovely.
And stuff like that. And the evenings are somewhat hectic because many things are going on. The lawyers' functions, other functions, something or the other. Then Saturday I'm in office by 11. I leave from here at about 6. In the evening you can relax, go somewhere, have dinner, watch a movie. Sunday I work from about 10 to 2 for Monday's cases. Because outstation lawyers want to come on Sunday.
Right.
Some come on Friday, Saturday. And Sunday afternoon I'm free, and then the grind starts. But the best part of our profession, in the Supreme Court at least, are long holidays. In Holi, Diwali, Dussehra,
yes.
New Year.
Yes.
So that kind of re-energizes you.
Right.
You work, you get exhausted, you work.
And where do you like to travel, Mr. Rohatgi?
I travel a lot.
Okay.
Now I take a lot of holidays. So there are 3 days, I take a 4th day off from court. This time I went to a cruise with our school friends who've been with us for more than 60 years. So we went to Barcelona and all that.
Okay.
In the winters, I went to Antarctica with my wife and a couple. Also a well-known solicitor, Mr. Mahesh Agarwal, and his wife.
Yes.
So we went all the way to Antarctica. Now I'm planning in the next summer to go to the Arctic Circle, which is off Norway. See, because most of the other stuff one has done.
Yes.
How many times can you keep going to America or England or
Yes.
Europe?
Yes.
These are places I want to go. I want to go to Mongolia. I've never been to Mongolia. So I like to travel.
So you have said in one place that yours has been a long and arduous life. Arduous, why?
Because of the constant grind.
Yes.
Morning to evening, morning to evening, morning to evening. You know, you're like performing.
Yes.
It's like a performing in a circus. Unless you perform, you can't survive. You have to perform. You have to do your best.
But you don't want to slow down?
I try to. I try to. You can ask my staff. I tell them, don't accept more cases. Sometimes, you know, their hearts with junior lawyers. Then the junior lawyers come and complain to me. कि सर आपने हमारा केस नहीं किया तो our client will go away. आप बड़े वकीलों firms के करते हो, छोटों को भी करो. So, you know, I don't want to say no to people. My office is an open office. People walk in, walk out.
So, what are you looking forward to, Mr. Rohatgi?
A healthy and a peaceful life. So that my family remains together. I owe a lot to my wife for bringing up the kids in a humble way, in a way that there are some things ingrained that this is how you have to live, this is how you have to live together, this is how you have to deal with people. You're not flying high, you have to be on the ground. And I have noticed that whenever in the past years, you know, whenever you feel you're on top of the world, you're flying, that kind of thing, if you're in all that cases, she would bring you back to the ground. Okay, bhai, theek hai, jo bhi hai, this is how you have to carry on. So basically, a healthy life for whatever is left given by God.
Of course.
A healthy and a close-knit family. Is all that I aspire. I don't need any money. I mean, what do
I think you've come a long way from loving Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged to having your own vision of a complete paradise, I would say.
See, all that is done and dusted. I mean, there's no great charm of going to any better restaurant in the world or a better hotel in the world. I've seen the best, I've had that food, but ultimately, आप दाल रोटी खाओगे ना घूम फिर के. कितनी बार वो करोगे? So done that, all that. You're happy, you have an office, you have a court, you have friends, you have the goodwill of a lot of clients. और क्या चाहिए?
Absolutely. On that note, we thank you for giving us so much time. It's been one of the most wonderful interviews we've had. And we're wishing a long and extremely prosperous life for you, Mr. Rohatgi. Thank you for being with us.
My regards to Arnab.
Thank you.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
We would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. All the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India.
Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media. Here we call on the government to take effective measures to protect minorities and uphold the rights to the freedom of expression and the freedom of the media.
That have made remarks regarding India. We are compelled once again to address provocations from a country whose own leadership recently likened it to a dump truck. Perhaps an inadvertently apt metaphor for a state that continues to deposit recycled falsehoods and stale propaganda before this distinguished council. Pakistan's systematic abuse of this forum, coupled with its routine manipulation of the OIC as its mouthpiece, has become a familiar pattern. Its pathological fixation on India appears to provide it with existential validation. Yet, we must respond, lest we forget. Lest we forget the carnage of Pahalgam, where Pakistan-sponsored terrorists turned a meadow of joy into a killing field in April this year. Lest we forget 9/11, as the world marks its anniversary tomorrow, even as we witness today the hypocrisy of those who sheltered its mastermind and glorified him as a martyr. Lest we forget Pulwama, Uri, Pathankot, Mumbai. The list is endless, Mr. President. Yet, Pakistan demonstrates the audacity to take the floor today, feigning moral outrage while continuing to finance and shelter the very networks that threaten global security. The international community recognizes this charade for what it is. The world will not forget. India will not forget. Our measured and proportionate response to the Pahalgam attack made that sufficiently clear. We need no lessons from a terror sponsor, no sermons from a persecutor of minorities, no advice from a state that has squandered its own credibility. Mr. President, India will continue to protect its citizens with unwavering resolve. We will defend our sovereignty without compromise, and we will continue to expose time and again the elaborate deception of a failed state whose survival depends upon trafficking in terror and tragedy. Mr. President, we would also like to respond to the surprising, shallow and ill-informed remarks made by Switzerland, a close friend and partner. As it holds the UNHRC presidency, it is all the more important for Switzerland to avoid wasting the Council's time with narratives that are blatantly false and do not do justice to the reality of India. Instead, it should focus on its own challenges, such as racism, systematic discrimination, and xenophobia. As the world's largest, most diverse and vibrant democracy, with a civilizational embrace of pluralism, India remains ready to help Switzerland address these concerns.
One question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed.
The
time was fixed.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Women workers of Shiv Sena UBG staged a protest in Mumbai with sindoor in their hand, opposing the India versus Pakistan match in Asia Cup 2025 scheduled today. Party chief Uddhav Thackeray has said that Shiv Sena UBG women workers will come out on the streets in Maharashtra and send sindoor from every house to the Prime Minister. A joint counter-terrorist mock exercise was conducted at Delhi airport this morning, and this exercise is aimed at bolstering the threat response mechanism, enhancing the preparedness and ensuring that there's seamless coordination among all the security and the emergency response agencies. A massive fire broke out this morning in Sanghvi Organics Private Limited in GIDC Panoli. Thick smoke and flames were visible from a distance as multiple fire tenders rushed to the spot and began firefighting operations. No casualty has been reported so far.
In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight. A major disaster struck in Gujarat this morning as a major fire erupted at the Sanghvi Organics plant in the GIDC Panoli. Thick plumes of smoke and towering flames sent alarm rippling through nearby villages, forcing residents to rush out of their homes in fear. Workers were quickly evacuated. Authorities sounded alerts for residents in Sanjali and surrounding areas as the fire tenders rushed in to douse the blaze. More than half a dozen fire engines were seen battling the flames for hours. The exact cause of the fire is still under investigation. Panoli GIDC is a major industrial hub in Bharuch, housing dozens of chemical units. Such incidents raise serious questions about safety protocols and emergency preparedness in these high-risk zones. Investigations will now determine whether negligence led to this inferno.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All state representatives across the country get together at the NDA Stadium for Ladakh Marathon 2025. Ladakh has a unique position in the world and the country with its high altitude, adding a new element to Ladakh's tourism and uniqueness. The event is hosting athletes from across India and 30 countries, underscoring its stature as a premier global running challenge. Former India footballer and captain Baichung Bhutia joined others in the 40th edition of Fit India Sundays on cycle in Delhi. Baichung Bhutia said that it was a really good initiative by the Sports Ministry. The Border Security Force foiled multiple cross-border smuggling attempts in Amritsar, Taran and Firozpur districts and nabbed 3 smugglers. They also recovered heroin and a drone along the Punjab border. The BSF nabbed one suspect smuggler near Kalsian village with 560 grams of heroin. In a chilling discovery, a school in Hyderabad's Bovanpalli was found hiding a narcotics lab. Instead of classrooms, investigators uncovered reactors and dryers used to manufacture alprazolam, a banned drug. The Eagle team raided the premises and arrested the school's director along with 2 others. Police seized 7.8 kilograms of alprazolam semi-finished drugs, raw material and 21 lakh rupees in cash. Investigations reveal the school director had been running the racket for 6 months, supplying the drug to Toddy Depot in the district. The operation was set up in the rear portion of the school building. The bust has left parents and locals stunned. What was meant to be a center of learning turned into a hub of narcotics, raising serious questions about safety and the ease with which crime hid in plain sight.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Not counting gang violence. Great.
You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm.
Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, turning point.
The 31-year-old was US's most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way. Do not.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistic, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good. And that's why you are probably here, because that elevates my argument. Our belief system is that you come down to the most foundational family unit. And when that breaks down so severely, don't be shocked if that group, when it acts that way, stays in poverty over a longer period of time.
I said capitalism is a dead vampire that feasts on the working class.
Capitalism is a deadly vampire that feasts on...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Let's start with the top stories you're tracking. Tempers rise, protests intensify, and boycott call grows over India-Pakistan Asia Cup face-off. Pakistan rebuilds Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters after Operation Sindoor destruction. Republic gets exclusive images from Muridke. Firing at Disha Patani's Bareilly home happens twice within 25 hours. Republic reveals the full timeline of those events. Prime Minister Modi fires a fresh salvo in Assam, tears into Congress and says Congress backs terrorists and protects infiltrators. And former Chief Justice Sushila Karki is Nepal's first woman Prime Minister, gets Gen Z backing. And Republic reports right from the motel where an Indian man was beheaded in Dallas. The incident has sparked fury. And viewers, India versus Pakistan clashes on the field, but fire is on the streets. Calls for boycott exploding across the country, from effigies to flags. The protest is only getting louder and louder. Here's more.
Few hours before the India-Pakistan match, there's anger on the streets. The call for the boycott of the match is getting louder. From Karnataka, Lucknow, Kerala, and Chandigarh. Pakistani flag and effigies of Pakistani players burnt in protest. A defiant message to Pakistan.
Pakistan murdabad, murdabad, murdabad.
Zindabad, Pakistan.
पाकिस्तान पाकिस्तान खून और क्रिकेट एक साथ नहीं चलेगा.
And in the shadow of the Pahalgam terror attack, grief has turned into anger. Families of those killed in the Pahalgam terror attack voiced their anguish. They requested the Indian players to boycott the game.
इस मैच के बाद सबसे बड़ी तस्वीर तो ये होगी कि पाकिस्तान के पास वापस पैसा होगा. पाकिस्तान वापस से खड़ा होगा. पाकिस्तान के उन जो ठिकाने हम ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के समय तोड़े गए थे वो वापस बनेंगे. सबसे बड़ा तस्वीर ये होगी और ये सबसे बड़ा तमाचा होगा उन 26 फैमिली को जो पाकिस्तान देगा.
पाकिस्तान के साथ कोई भी जात का व्यवहार होना ही नहीं चाहिए. आज कल या भविष्य में कोई भी जात का व्यवहार होना ही नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि वो आतंकी देश है. और आपको मैच खेलना है तो मुझे मेरा भाई 16 साल का है, उसने इतनी गोलियां खा के देश के लिए जान दी, तो मुझे मेरा भाई दो तो फिर आप मैच खेलना.
भारत पाकिस्तान की मैच नहीं खेलनी चाहिए. और अभी तो नरेंद्र मोदी सिंदूर ऑपरेशन अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ है तो ये मैच की क्या कहाँ से बात आती है. बात आनी नहीं चाहिए कि अभी तो नरेंद्र मोदी जो कर रहे हैं ये सिंदूर ऑपरेशन शुरू है, अभी पूरा तो हुआ ही नहीं, पूरा होने वाला ही नहीं है.
पैसा ही सब कुछ नहीं है. मैं इनसे कहना चाहता हूँ जितने भी क्रिकेटर्स हैं कि आपके सामने जो लोग आप पर बॉल फेंकेंगे, बॉलिंग जो करेंगे, उनके हाथ खून से रंगे हुए हैं और जो बैटिंग आपके सामने करेंगे उनके भी हाथ जो है वो खून से रंगे हुए हैं और जो खून है वो हिंदुस्तानियों का खून है.
Their voices ring louder than the cheers of a stadium. India's game against Pakistan is now a matter of pain.
Viewers, India hammered Pakistan in Operation Sindoor. LET's Murid K base was one of the proofs of India going ahead and destroying and striking terror in Pakistan. And months later, LET is now beginning to rear its ugly head. The terror house is picking up the pieces and Pakistan is bankrolling this pet project by depriving its own citizens of flood relief, diverting that money and that flood aid to rescue LET. Here's the proof that the world cannot miss and Pakistan cannot deny.
This was once the terror den of LET terror outfit, the Murid K terror warehouse. Once a sprawling terror hub, reduced to a rubble in just one lethal strike during Operation Sindoor. But what India destroyed in minutes, Pakistan is rebuilding in months. The terror wreckage has been cleared to make way for a deadlier revival. Under the sham of relief for flood victims, crores are being funneled straight into Lashkar terror headquarters. Camps as photo ops, fundraisers as front, all for terror infra. And make no mistake, this is state-sponsored. Pakistan government openly pledged funds, already handing LET 4 crore rupees of blood money. Their target, Kashmir Solidarity Day on February 5th next year, and by then Murid K must rise again, reborn as the epicenter of jihad. Just as in 2005 earthquake relief, where billions meant for victims were looted to erect terror camps, Pakistan is replaying the same dirty script. Operation Sindoor may have reduced Murid K to rubble, but Pakistan's terror factory refuses to die. Fueled by deceit, rebuilt with state rupees, and designed for India's destruction.
And viewers, Bollywood actress Disha's family experienced a harrowing night when their Bareilly home was targeted by gunfire, allegedly by the Goldie Brar gang. A member of the Goldie Brar gang claimed that Disha's sister Khushbu had insulted Premanandaji Maharaj. In fact, the firing happened not just once but twice in the last 25 hours. Take a look at this report to know more.
Panic gripped Bareilly after shots were fired outside Bollywood actor Disha Patani's ancestral home in Bareilly. Multiple rounds of shots were fired outside Patani's house in civil lines. Two motorbike-borne assailants opened fire over the alleged insult of Hindu saints Premananda Maharaj and Aniruddhacharya Maharaj. Gangster Goldie Barar claimed responsibility for the attack on social media. Meanwhile, the firing did not happen just once but twice in the last 25 hours. As per the details, few shots were fired in the sky during a recce by the miscreants on Thursday morning, 4:30 a.m. While on Friday morning, the same miscreants on the very same Apache bike used during recce fired 8 to 10 shots directly at Patani's home. In both the incidents, the target of the miscreants was not to kill anyone, the purpose was only to spread terror.
गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा, गैंगस्टर गोल्डी बरार जो इस समय विदेश में बैठे हुए हैं और वहीं से पूरे नेक्सस को ऑपरेट करते हैं, क्योंकि ये पूरी जो हमले की जिम्मेदारी है वो गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा और गोल्डी बरार ने ली है। सोशल मीडिया पे एक पोस्ट भी अपलोड किया गया, एक ऑडियो भी सामने आया जिसमें गैंगस्टर रोहित गोदारा बोल रहा है कि दिशा पटानी के घर पर जो फायरिंग की है वो उनके शूटर्स ने करवाई है, क्योंकि उनका ये कहना है कि संत महाराज जो कि अनिरुद्धाचार्य और प्रेमानंद महाराज जी के जैसे कि विवादित टिप्पणी की है दिशा पाटनी की बड़ी बहन खुशबू पाटनी, तो उसी से नाराज होकर जो है गैंगस्टर के शूटर्स ने ये फायरिंग जो है वो इनके घर पे की है।
Meanwhile, Jagdish Patni, Disha's father, spoke to us and said that the miscreants started firing at the house when he peeped to check the surrounding outside on Friday morning. An FIR has also been lodged after the incident. 9 teams of the STF are currently investigating the matter. On the other hand, the security has also been beefed up outside Patni's residence.
पुलिस जो है वो एक्टिव हो चुकी है। फॉरवर्ड रूट और बैकवर्ड जो रूट है बदमाशों के, उनको ट्रैक करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। एसपी बरेली से हमारी बातचीत हुई तो जैसे ही ये फायरिंग हुई उसके बाद से ही परिवार को जो है बरेली पुलिस की जो सुरक्षा है वो मुहैया कराई गई। आप ये तस्वीर आप देख सकते हैं, शुक्रवार सुबह 3:30 बजे के आसपास जो है दिशा पाटनी के घर पर फायरिंग होती है। पुलिस मौके पर आती है, मामले की तफ्तीश शुरू की जाती है। उसके बाद से ही 24 घंटे शिफ्ट वाइज जो है बरेली पुलिस को दिशा पाटनी के परिवार की सेफ्टी के लिए जो है वो यहाँ पे पुलिसकर्मियों को तैनात किया गया है। और पुलिस जो है सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पे जो लगे, मैं तस्वीर दिखाना चाहूँगा, आप ये देखिए, इन सीसीटीवी कैमरे में जो थी फायरिंग की जो पूरी वारदात थी वो कैप्चर हो जाती है और इसी के माध्यम से जो पुलिस है बदमाशों के जो फॉरवर्ड रूट और जो बैकवर्ड रूट है उनको ट्रैक किया जा रहा है।
The police have also accessed CCTV footage in which 2 men can be seen going towards the house. The police have found out that the shooters used 9mm pistols to shoot multiple rounds outside Disha's residence. Meanwhile, Disha Patni's father has requested police protection for the actor. The 2 bike-borne miscreants continue to be absconding while the police have stepped up its efforts to nab them. Sketches and digital footprints are also being analyzed. This incident has raised serious security concerns in the neighborhood, with investigations currently underway to trace those involved.
And viewers, Prime Minister Modi is on day 2 of his Assam visit, and today he struck a fiery chord from paying tribute to the cultural icon Bhupen Hazarika to slamming the Congress over infiltrators and even accusing the opposition of siding with Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. From infiltrators to the army to Assam's cultural pride, today's speech resonated deeply. At a massive rally in Darang, Assam, Prime Minister Modi did not hold back. The message was clear. PM Modi accused the Congress of betraying the Indian army, aligning instead with Pakistan. PM Modi said that the country bled when the grand old party was in power by pandering to vote bank politics.
कांग्रेस अपनी राजनीति के लिए हर ऐसे व्यक्ति, हर ऐसे विचार के साथ खड़ी होती है जो भारत विरोधी हो। अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान भी हमने यही देखा। जब कांग्रेस सत्ता में थी तो पूरा देश आतंक से लहूलुहान होता था, कांग्रेस चुपचाप खड़ी रहती थी। आज हमारी सेना ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करती है, पाकिस्तान के कोने कोने में आतंक के आकाओं को उखाड़ फेंकती है, लेकिन कांग्रेस देश की सेना के बजाय पाकिस्तान की सेना के साथ खड़ी हो जाती है। कांग्रेस के लोग हमारी सेना के बजाय आतंकियों को पालने वालों के एजेंडे को आगे बढ़ाते हैं।
From national security, PM Modi then shifted to Assam's most burning issue of infiltrators.
जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो उसने घुसपैठियों को जमीनें दी, अवैध कब्जों को संरक्षण दिया। कांग्रेस ने वोट बैंक के लालच में असम के डेमोग्राफी का संतुलन बिगाड़ दिया। अब बीजेपी सरकार असम के लोगों के साथ मिलकर इस चुनौती का मुकाबला कर रही है। हम घुसपैठियों से आपकी जमीनों को मुक्त करा रहे हैं। जिनके पास जमीन नहीं है, जिन आदिवासी परिवारों को जरूरत है, उनको हमारी सरकार जमीन के पट्टे दे रही है।
PM Modi spoke about how encroachments on farmers' land and even religious sites were allowed under the Congress government, but claimed that the BJP has now reversed that wrong. And then a deeply emotional moment. PM Modi invoked the legendary Bhupen Hazarika, whose 100th centenary birth anniversary is being celebrated.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है, लेकिन बेशर्मी के साथ जब किसी और का अपमान होता है तो मुझसे रहा नहीं जाता है। आप मुझे बताइए, भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न देने का मेरा निर्णय सही है कि नहीं है? पूरी ताकत से बताइए, सही है कि नहीं है? भूपेंद्र को भारत रत्न दिया, उसका कांग्रेस ने मखौल उड़ाया, वो गलत किया कि नहीं किया? असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है, बहुत दर्द होता है।
The Prime Minister said that honoring Bhupen Hazarika was not just political, but a personal tribute to Assam's soil. As PM Modi wraps up his tour of Northeast, he mixed development with sharp politics, inaugurating projects worth over 18,000 crore and launching some of his fiercest attacks yet on the Congress.
And viewers, now we move on to Nepal. After days of violent protests, Nepal has an interim head, former Chief Justice Sushila Karki, making her the first female Prime Minister of the country. Now, with a new head in place, normalcy has returned to Kathmandu. In fact, the Supreme Court has opened today with normal operations resuming. After taking charge, Nepal's new leader vowed to follow protesters' demand to end corruption as she began work as interim Prime Minister after the Gen Z youth demonstrations ousted her predecessor. She said, and I quote here, "We have to work according to the thinking of the Gen Z generation." Take a look.
After a scarring chapter of violence and unrest, Sushila Karki took over as the interim head of Nepal, becoming the first female Prime Minister of the country. But she made one thing crystal clear, that she's not interested in power. She further affirmed that she would hand over the nation's responsibility to a new parliament within 6 months. With an interim head in place, normalcy is limping back to Kathmandu. Today, the Supreme Court has reopened in Kathmandu. Tents set up inside the premises of the Supreme Court were reactivated, buzzing with activities.
लोगों को क्या लग रहा था जो भी काठमांडू में है मिडिल क्लास लोगों के बच्चे जो एडुकेटेड भी है और उससे नई प्रविधि से सारी चीज़ से है वो एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या था कि एक पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट होगा मगर क्या हुआ कि वो प्रोटेस्ट भड़की गई किसे भड़की गई उसमें बहुत सारे स्पेकुलेशन जो हुए थे ना आशंके अब आ रही है हिंट साइट में देखिए कई तरह की वीडियो आ रही थी किसी को एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट की जो बिल्डिंग है वो स्टॉर्म हो जाएगा ऐसा किसी ने नहीं सोचा था
The appointment of Sushila Karki came after intense negotiations by Army Chief and President of Nepal with Gen Z representatives. Thousands of young activists had used the Discord app to debate the steps leading to naming Karki as their next leader. Consequently, the parliament was dissolved and elections are set for March 5th, 2026, shortly after she was appointed. On Saturday, while addressing a rally in Imphal, Manipur, PM Modi congratulated the interim head Karki. He called for peace and restoration in the country after the violent protests.
मैं आज नेपाल में अंतरिम सरकार की प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में पदभार संभालने पर 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से श्रीमती सुशीला जी को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं
It's a crucial chapter in Nepal, and the world is closely watching the new interim head and a promise of change.
And viewers, a Dallas motel manager of Indian origin was brutally beheaded after telling a guest not to use a broken washing machine. The accused committed the horrific crime in front of the victim's wife and children. The victim, Chandra, was managing the downtown suites motel when the tragic incident took place. Republic is the only Indian media network reporting from Dallas, even as American media blacks out the beheading of the Indian national. Watch this exclusive ground report sent by Raja Lal. Dallas for Republic, and right to outside the motel from where the alleged murder took place.
This incident happened in Dallas, Texas, in a motel called Downtown Suites, right across a golf course where I am standing right now. This place is very close to Interstate 30. The incident described as Jordanis Kobos Martinez, an illegal resident in the United States, attacked the manager of this Downtown Suites, Mr. Chandramouli Nagamalaya. Nagamalaya asked Martinez not to use a broken washing machine using a translator. Martinez got angry and he attacked Nagamalaya using a machete. Nagamalaya ran out of the motel and Martinez followed him. He attacked him and cut his throat, and he removed his head out of his body. He kicked his head into the parking lot, and later on he put that head into the nearby dumpster that was situated right next to the motel office. We approached the motel staff and they were not ready to comment on the incident. We tried to speak to many people in this area and none of them were ready to come in front of the camera and comment on this incident. Martinez is now under police custody and the incident is now being investigated by the police.
And viewers, so this is me, Shivangi Shukla, signing off from 6 Stories at 6. But do not go anywhere. We will be back tomorrow at the same time, same place. Keep watching Republic TV.
This week on Get Me Right, anatomy of the social media fires that gutted Nepal. Is the Gen Z's disconnect with reality so dangerous as to burn down their own country? Or did the people of Nepal pay the price of decades of corruption and misgovernance by its leaders? Was it a tinderbox waiting for a fuse to go off? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Women workers of Shiv Sena staged a protest in Mumbai with Sindoor opposing the India versus Pakistan match in Asia Cup is scheduled today. Party chief Uddhav Thackeray said that Shiv Sena women workers will come out on the streets in Maharashtra and send Sindoor from every house to PM Modi. A joint counter-terrorist mock exercise was conducted at Delhi airport this morning. This exercise aimed at bolstering threat response mechanisms, enhancing tactical preparedness and ensuring seamless coordination among all security and emergency response agencies. And a massive fire broke out in the morning. This is in Panoli. Thick smoke and flames were visible from a distance as multiple fire tenders rushed to the spot and began firefighting operations. No casualties and injuries were reported.
A major disaster struck in Gujarat this morning as a major fire erupted at the Sanghvi Organics plant in the GIDC Panoli. Thick plumes of smoke and towering flames sent alarm rippling through nearby villages, forcing residents to rush out of their homes in fear. Workers were quickly evacuated. Authorities sounded alerts for residents in Sanjali and surrounding areas as the fire tenders rushed in to douse the blaze. More than half a dozen fire engines were seen battling the flames for hours. The exact cause of the fire is still under investigation. Panoli GIDC is a major industrial hub in Bharuch, housing dozens of chemical units. Such incidents raise serious questions about safety protocols and emergency preparedness in these high-risk zones. Investigations will now determine whether negligence led to this inferno.
one question that came to my mind was, how did so many people gather at one place at a particular time? So obviously, from what I've understood from what you've said, there were people asking for students to gather in different places, correct?
No. It was like the place was fixed.
The
time was fixed. But the person behind it or the mastermind behind it, I'm also unknown who did it. But there are few conspiracy theories. I don't want to go on them. But yeah, there are a few conspiracy theories like who might have done this.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking you as a youth. I'm part of. I consider myself a part of the youth in India, and I'm asking you.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that the frustration, the anger of the youth, the passion of the youth, and everything that you passionately felt for has been somewhere been taken advantage of, given only the kind of rioting, arson that we have seen in Nepal, like to burn down your parliament? I understand there is anger, right? But to burn down parliament, burn down homes, burn down hotels, like many properties which are not even linked. Do you feel that maybe somewhere that's been taken advantage of?
So you used that one word called infiltration, right?
Yeah.
So exactly that happened. Because Gen Zs were never supposed to do that. It was ignited by people who were not supposed to be there. And okay, parliament burning, it's like a very big deal. And burning is not even the solution. Right. And there are a lot of people who even, there is this place called Singadorwar. It has a lot of historical significance.
Yeah.
And somehow it also got burned, like it did.
Yeah.
And Gen Zs were not the ones to do it. They were criminals, basically. And in literally a building side by my house, thank God it was so good building. It didn't even burn. Like that building got burned from inside only. It was so good, like nothing happened outside and other ones were not harmed. But people who did that, they were just drunk, they were high, and they did this. And these were just infiltrators. Like they were just infiltrators.
I've seen a video of youth holding guns outside the parliament. There is a video, I'm sure you've seen that video as well, of youth holding rifles outside the parliament. There are videos of them holding rifles in different parts of Kathmandu. When you look at, you've seen that video, right? I mean, they're holding rifles. Now, are these rifles that they snatch from the police?
Yeah, they are the rifles they snatched. Like they didn't independently had it.
Right.
They were like, when they were protesting, somewhere it got dropped.
Yeah.
And they carried and they were just like, they didn't even have the bullets for this, by the way.
Okay. So you're saying they were empty, they were just dummies and they didn't have bullets in them?
No, they were not dummies. They took it from police.
They took it from the police?
Like when the
snatched it,
protests got violence, police also ran away.
Boxing is passion for myself. I love being in boxing. It is tough, but I am the toughest.
Every champion has a story. Some are born in stadiums, some in training halls. But a few begin their journey in the most unexpected corners of our country. Today we bring you the incredible story of Tajamul Islam. A girl from Bandipora in Kashmir who at the age of just 7 became the youngest kickboxing champion in the world. Her first steps into the ring were not just about sport, they were about courage. At an age when most children are still learning to write, Tajamul was already throwing punches that would put her on the world stage. Growing up in Bandipora, she chased a dream very few could even imagine.
I was a young dancer, I used to perform in my school with my other co-dancers, and my other younger sister was with me. We were always the ones, lead karna hai, lead karna hai. So we have one person in our school. He was a major, and I was in the army graduate school. So army used to support us back then very, very much more. And he just found out something that I have to give platforms to young people in Kashmir, teenagers. And our school also participated in that. It was something titled like Bandipora's Got Talent, like this. And then I saw something, people kicking each other, they're punching each other. And I just asked one of my teachers, excuse me, madam. She said, yes. What is this subject about? You didn't taught me that. Are you, excuse me? So she said, that's a subject actually, but that's not for you. This is martial arts. So, and I was like, oh, blah, blah, anyways. But that is fabulous. And then I went back to my home, and then I really on my TV, and I was really looking at my TV, and the boxing match came out of nowhere. And I was like, no, it just really clicked in my mind. I think I should start this thing. It was something that I can say that time really Lord helped me to make that choice, go, and I really made it.
मेरा नाम है बॉबी सिद्धू। मैं तजम्मुल के बारे में बोलना चाहूँगा कि तजम्मुल को आज तक मैंने जो भी कमिटमेंट करते हुए देखा है, तो उसने हमेशा उसके ऊपर वो खड़ी रही है, उसको हमेशा हर कमिटमेंट को उसने पूरा किया है।
Kickboxing is not just about strength. It's about heart and resilience. Tajamul has faced opponents older, taller, and more experienced, but never let that shake her spirit. She tells us about what goes through her mind before every single fight, her rituals, and how her style has evolved as she moved up from sub-junior to competing at higher levels.
Athlete practice like that is the last time you're practicing, and when they perform, that is the last time you perform. So for me, that's something. I do have strategies, I do have my skills, I do have techniques which I have been working on since when I started, and I think that is really helping me till now, and that helped me all the time when I participated. So when I really get into any ring where I am in my national level, state level, so any time I do take a step into my ring, the only thing which I think is this is your bout. You're not gonna lose it. And the more important thing is you have to take much more pressure on this, that you have to update your game level. Because I don't play, I think, for being experienced, or he or she is experienced, or we can say inspiring. We do play with boys. They are much experienced, stronger than you, and if they are experienced, it is something which it helps me. You're gonna learn from them. If they are not, you're gonna learn from them, because you're gonna tell them what are their mistakes, and if they are strengthy, you're gonna put more strength, and it eventually helps you. At the end, it helps you. It's not something that you have your opponent that you don't have fear or something. Okay, fear is in that ring, but that is not in my heart. That is, I think, in my opponent. This is how I deal with things. You are the one, and I don't feel anything. You are the one. This is your last match of your life. Go play it up. And I play for the gameplay, I think, and that is, and I enjoy playing. And I think when you know you are the one, nothing can beat you.
Behind every medal lies sacrifice.
Sacrifices means almost everything in your life. You need that passion, you have to be ambitious.
She opens up about the toughest challenges she has faced, both physical and mental.
The unnoticed things are the biggest things because deep inside you know how you're gonna deal with it, how you have deal with things, and you know how it feels. You know what you are overcoming, what you are becoming, what you wanna become. So I think these are the challenges in your life, and the unnoticed thing is something that you want to do this, but you have to do this. You love it, you enjoy it, but deep down there is something. I think a little teji in you. नहीं dance भी करना था. Oh, I want to do football sometimes. Or the sacrifices I think is that you cannot have a diet where you can eat anything. Junk food हो गया, pizza हो गया, वो हो गया, and you cannot miss any day. It's something you have your fixed routine, and when you are far away from your family in your hostel doing this, that, and your mom calls, have you ate something, are you done with this, are you done with that, and balancing all the things and giving everything to your sport is sacrificing everything in your life, and every athlete sacrifices everything for their sport, and I think this is what we are made of. This is what we have to do, and we are used to it now. So we love it, we enjoy it, and I think this is how we balance, and it makes us much more stronger.
As an athlete, I believe I see the discipline and the fire, and that's the most crucial thing, the grit that takes you to the glory. That's what we believe in at Outplay and Mumbai Boxing Academy. We have our hashtag grit to glory. So that's what I can see in her. More of that, I read about her story and I see that she started when she was just 7, and she won the youngest world kickboxing championship. So that was a really great thing, because being the youngest to win to be internationally renowned, it's a big deal, of course. And then moving on later, she won the second title at I guess Cairo. That was the place where she won the second title. So in short, having through her experience, now she's running the Heather Sports Academy, the foundation. It is supporting hundreds of girls. It's a big deal to have came from such place where there is no support, and then proving yourself to be the pillar to drive such initiative. It is a big deal, and I see a perseverance that could make that shows no boundaries, which indicates that a person needs no boundary to dream.
In a society where girls are often told what they cannot do, Tajamul found strength in someone who stood firmly by her side. Through every doubt, every barrier, that unwavering support became the foundation of her journey.
If मेरी माँ वहाँ नहीं होती उन टाइम पर जिन्होंने इतना सपोर्ट दिया है मुझे, एंड आई थिंक वो उन स्टेट्स पर मेरे लिए लड़ी हैं, पापा से, मेरे लिए लड़ी हैं सोसाइटी से, इवन मेरे लिए वो अपने रिलेटिव से तक लड़ी हैं, एंड दोज हु वर अगेंस्ट माई मदर आर अगेंस्ट मी, एंड आई एम स्टिल अगेंस्ट देम. मेरी माँ ने मुझे जितना सपोर्ट दिया है, आई डोंट थिंक कोई दे सकता है. उनको लड़ते हुए देख, मेरे लिए हमेशा डाइट बनाते देख, मेरे लिए लड़ते देख, मुझे ये हौसला देना आगे जाओ, वो करते देख, वो बोलते देख. आई थिंक वो मेरे लिए ज़िंदगी में उससे ज़्यादा खूबसूरत कुछ नहीं है. आई थिंक वो चीज़ है जो मुझे हमेशा हर एक बुरी चीज़ में भी सुंदरता दिखाती है. शी इज़ माई रोल मॉडल, शी इज़ माई एवरीथिंग, एंड आई थिंक उन्होंने इस बेटी को जो शेरनी बनाया है, उसके लिए मैं कितना थैंक यू करूँ उतना कम है. She is my inspiration. She is everything to me, and I just love her.
Winning world titles is extraordinary, but Tajamul believes her real fight is outside the ring. Wearing the tricolour on her jersey is not just pride, it's responsibility.
It's something, your discipline, your hard work, the way you have been motivated. Boxing is passion for myself. Boxing is something that not the whole universe can give me. Boxing is next to this universe for me. I love being in boxing. Harder, harder, make it go harder, come on. Yes, and I love enjoying it. I love every moment of it. The way you have been killing yourself down inside you, and I think from the bottom of your heart, what you have been doing things for and how, why. All the things comes in one thing, that is, I'm relieved. This is the one side of every athlete, I think. Come on, Teji. You got it. You can do it. Let's go. Hey. And the second thing is, this is everything I needed in my life. Everything means everything. Making my parents proud, my teachers, one of my friends, the closest, dearest ones, my sibling, my country, my nation. Serving your nation is everything. And I think on top of that is nothing. That is next to the universe.
She founded the Hyder Sports Academy to train hundreds of children in Kashmir, turning her personal success into a movement. She shares how she balances being a champion and a mentor, and what message she has for young girls who dare to dream.
For every young boy and girl, every teenager, it's always you. It's in you. Bring that up, that passion you have, that you are ambitious, your obsession, use it as a weapon. And when you're gonna know it's always you, you're gonna see world through your eyes. Just see the whole world through your eyes. That is onto you. And कभी-कभी बच्चे होते हैं, teenagers होते हैं, they are something कि हम first step नहीं ले पाते. We are financially weak. We are that with it. It's okay. I got your back. I have my academy in Kashmir. People train their students, kids, senior category में हर एक बच्चे को हम train करते हैं. We have that level कि बच्चों को अब बहुत ज़्यादा आगे मदद मिलती है. और अब मैंने और एक इनिशिएटिव पे काम कर रही हूँ. It's not कि I fight in the ring only. I also want to fight outside the ring for the young girls, boys. I do have that dream also, to make somebody's dream come true. So for that, I have run and I have owned and made an NGO named Emerging Bharat Welfare Foundation. I am the director and Mr. Bobby Sidhu is the director. We actually both discuss things. Now we help poor, disabled people. We help teenagers. We help them to achieve whatever they want to do. If अगर आपको problem होता है to take first step, we are there for you. We will gonna hold your hand and we're gonna take you for that one step.
मैं इमर्जिंग भारत वेलफेयर फाउंडेशन की बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि वो हमें स्पॉन्सरशिप प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं और बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं.
We're gonna take you up from the bottom so that आपको वो लेवल मिले कि आप आगे पार्ट ले चीज़ों में. This emerging Bharat not only helps you कि आप अच्छा करना चाहते हैं, ये आपकी मदद करेगा खुद को ढूंढने में. It's gonna help you like that. क्योंकि जब एक इंसान को बेस बनानी पड़ती है तो बहुत वक्त लगता है. आपको वो बेस पहले से ही बनी हुई मिलेगी. हम लोगों ने श्रीनगर में, कश्मीर में बहुत से फंक्शंस किए हैं. मेडल सेरेमनीज हुई है वहाँ पर, जिन्होंने नेशनल रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए, इंटरनेशनल रिकॉर्ड्स बनाए. वी हैव फेलिसिटेटेड देम. We have encouraged them. We have helped disabled people. Now we are about to help patients in the hospitals. Now we are about to open the cancer care center. This initiative is for you people.
उसने मतलब हमेशा दूसरे लोगों को मोटिवेट किया है. बहुत सारे बच्चे हैं जो उसके कश्मीर से हैं या श्रीनगर से हैं, जम्मू से हैं, जो उसकी एकेडमी है तो वो कोचिंग करती है. तो बहुत सारे बच्चे उससे मोटिवेट होके वो भी अपना फ्यूचर इस तजम्मुल की तरह ही देश के लिए कुछ करना चाहते हैं. वो लोग भी उसी में फ्यूचर देखते हैं वो लोग. हमने इस बार इमर्जिंग भारत वेलफेयर फाउंडेशन से हमने एक फाउंडेशन स्टार्ट किया है जिससे कि जम्मू कश्मीर के बहुत सारे बच्चों को हम सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और ऑल ओवर इंडिया में जहाँ पे भी स्पोर्ट्स में बच्चे हैं जिनकी किसी वजह से हेल्प नहीं हो पाती है या वो स्पोर्ट्स में किसी भी तरह की कुछ भी उनको प्रॉब्लम आती है तो हम अपनी फाउंडेशन की तरफ से हम और तजम्मुल उसका हेल्प करते हैं. हमारी फाउंडेशन में अभी कम से कम 3000 प्लस जो बच्चे होंगे वो जम्मू कश्मीर से हैं और 2000 बच्चे हमारे मुंबई के धारावी एरिया से हैं.
No champion rises without resistance. Tajamul has faced doubts, criticism, and the weight of being a girl, breaking stereotypes in a very conservative society.
If I'm going to go back to those days, it was something fabulously problematic, very problematic for me, because convincing my father was something. I cannot even give it a name of any challenge. That was much bigger than that. And having a father who is unsupportive for that, that was really gorgeous. But that time it just helped me. That was the fight going on for months and months. And that pressure, I was really, all the time when I participated in some competitions, I was shaking because the fear of not having gold medal, in your hands and going back, और मेरे पापा कुछ और बोले, that was just killing me deep inside me. And if you are not getting any medal, you are not continuing your sports career. That was it. And when really it kicked me, and I think I really kept that on, that convincing my father again and again, being that stubborn kid. I don't think I was convincing it, I was begging him all the time. And convincing my mother to please Papa ko manao, to please her to Papa ko manao for my career, because this is what I want to join, this is what I want to do. And he is all the time, आपको नहीं करना है, टांग वांग टूट जाएगा, who's gonna marry you then? Now, excuse me, sir, you are talking to a kid. I am not a teenager. I don't want to marry. I just want medals.
She talks about her lowest moments and how she fought back with resilience, and the moment she realized, yes, this is what I am meant to do.
Go hard every time, every day. Become the best, the one. And for that, you need every second of your life to be hard, to be done. Hey, if the society would never have been there, I don't think that I would have ever been able to take myself from that and to understand myself and to see what obstacles are, hardships are, problems are, and how to deal with it. When I really started that, all the society, the environment, it was something, all the negativity and the statements, you were a kid and आपको नहीं सुनना वैसा चाहिए किसी kids को, तो वो चीज़ें जब आपको सुनने को मिले, देखने को मिले, I think it helped me, and this is how I take things on me. बेटी को क्यों आगे ले जाना है स्पोर्ट्स में? अरे मुक्का खेल ये सब लाते वाते मारना है तो लड़का घर पे बर्तन धोएगा, बेटी को झाड़ू पोछा कराना चाहिए. और कुछ आंटीज सोसाइटी की मुझे भी बोलती थी, एंड आई वाज लाइक डैम आंटीज आप ये कैसा बोल सकते हैं एक बच्चे को? मैं सोसाइटी में क्यों हूँ? बट रियली अगर वो सोसाइटी वहाँ नहीं होती, वो नेगेटिविटी, वो उनके डाउट्स नहीं होते मुझ पे, आई डोंट थिंक मैं उस चीज़ के लिए वो कर आई थिंक मैं एबल हो पाती खुद को ढूंढने के लिए, मैं वहाँ पर पैदा हो जाती। बिकॉज दिस इज़ हाउ आई टेक नेगेटिविटी ऑन मी एज मोटिवेशन। उन्होंने बुरा कहा है, ओके नाउ यू हैव टू स्लैप इट अप कामयाबी से। नहीं, बेटी को एक बॉक्सर बनाएंगे, वो मुँह तो जवाब देगी अपनी कामयाबी से। तो ये एक ऐसा सपोर्ट है जहाँ आपको मुक्के खाने भी है, आपको मुक्के देने भी है। यू हैव टू पंच इट एंड यू हैव टू टेक समथिंग। सो व्हेन यू गोना बी काम, जब आप मुक्के खाएंगे ऐसा नहीं कि दिमाग लप जाए। यू हैव टू बी काम सो दैट यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड कि मिस्टेक्स कहाँ हैं।
For Tajamul, what is her bigger mission?
When I was बहुत छोटी, from that I really wanted to be an Olympian.
The Olympics.
So Olympics is on the top. मुझे Olympics में पार्ट लेना है. That flag, a national anthem, that everything, that moment again and again अपनी लाइफ में लेना है. But that Olympics में जब तक खेलूँ तब तक खेलना चाहूँ. I have prioritized it.
Professional kickboxing or creating social impact?
अभी के लिए मैं डिस्ट्रैक्ट ना हूँ प्रोफेशनल किक बॉक्सिंग। आई डू लव दैट, बट प्रोफेशनल किक बॉक्सिंग बाकी चीज़ें मैं ना लूँ, बिकॉज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर ओलंपिक्स इज़ नॉट अ जोक एंड यू कैन नॉट बी डिस्ट्रैक्ट बाई थिंग्स। उधर जाओ इधर जाओ उधर, ओके यू आर बेटर, यू आर परफेक्ट इन थिंग्स यू कैन डू, बट दैट्स समथिंग इफ यू वांना डू दैट, यू हैव प्रायोरिटाइज समथिंग, you gonna go for that, and I know कि वो गोल तो मेरा ही है, वहाँ जाना है, and for that I think nothing can come into my way.
उसका अगला टारगेट है ओलंपिक में गोल्ड लेके आना। उसके लिए बहुत ही ज़्यादा हार्ड वर्क कर रही है। जैसा कि मैंने बताया, वो बचपन से ही बहुत हार्ड वर्क करती है और अभी वो सुबह उठती है, प्रैक्टिस जाती है। जैसा उसका पिछले कई सालों से शेड्यूल है, उसको कंटिन्यू फॉलो करती है।
She shares what chasing glory means to her. Is it a personal pride, national pride, or paving the way for others? And what kind of legacy she wants to leave for Indian sport?
I wanna know it कि people ऐसे know करें। I wanna make it that way कि people हमेशा उसको ऐसे देखें कि the legacy which nobody can reach to, the legacy of dedication, motivation, inspiration, the legacy of everything, the legacy of Miss Tajamul Islam.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Not counting gang violence.
Great. You get the worst ideas when you have secularism. Men give birth. No borders. America's a terrible country. These things are almost all outgrowths of secularism. But this generation, you guys want something deeper. You want something more.
U.S. most fiery right-wing speaker and U.S. President Donald Trump's close ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot dead. He was shot straight in the neck while giving speech at a uni in Utah.
Just fired a firearm. Shots fired at UVU, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point.
The 31-year-old was U.S.'s most fiery right-wing speaker.
Speaking to you in my personal capacity tonight as a 26-year-old, I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents. I am here tonight to tell you, to warn you, that this election is a decision between preserving America as we know it and eliminating everything that we love. To hold down the good, decent middle-class patriots striving to build a family and pursue a decent life.
So who was Charlie Kirk?
If you want to have a privileged life in America, very simple, start acting a certain way.
What do you mean act a certain way?
Get married to one person and stay married to that person and don't abandon them, of which 75% of black men do.
So, okay, we have 2 black men right here. By that statistics, one of us is not going to get married to one woman. So,
okay, I hope you guys defy the odds.
Okay, so
were you raised by a two-parent household?
Yes, I was.
Okay, good, and that's why you are probably here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to the Sunday edition of This is Exclusive. On a day when Prime Minister has wished well for prosperity of Nepal, we bring to you slivers of normalcy returning from the ground with exclusive reports and of course our reporter live from Kathmandu. Also, Pakistan is at it again, rebuilding the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters with full Pakistan army support. Very exclusive insights there. Let's begin with the headlines. As Justice Sushila Karki takes charge of the interim government of Nepal, normalcy limping back. The Nepal Supreme Court resumes functioning from makeshift tents. Aid meant for relief diverted. Pakistan funding reconstruction of LET headquarters destroyed in Operation Sindhu.
कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि मोदी नाचने गाने वालों को भारत रत्न दे रहा है। असम के बेटे का, भारत के सपूत का कांग्रेस ऐसे अपमान करती है।
Prime Minister Modi calls out Congress's abuse politics, says the Congress insulted Bhupen Hazarika on Bharat Ratna.
कांग्रेस देश विरोधियों की, घुसपैठियों की भी बहुत बड़ी रक्षक बन चुकी है। कांग्रेस जब सत्ता में थी तो घुसपैठ को बढ़ावा देती थी।
Congress supports infiltrators. PM pledges to make Assam infiltrators free, says illegal immigrants changing demography. Protests in anger against India versus Pakistan cricket match grows families of Pahalgam victims speak out. All right, friends, let's begin. This is exclusive with reports coming in from Nepal. The Supreme Court, in fact, heavily damaged due to the vandalism and arson carried out during those Gen Z protests on September 9, has resumed judicial work from makeshift tents, in fact, from the courtyard of the ruined building complex. We are getting you ground report from there, filed by our correspondent Raghavendra, who is camping in Kathmandu for the same. Let's have a look.
In Kathmandu, Nepal Supreme Court rises from the ashes quite literally. After Gen Z-led protests torched the nation's judicial heart, justices are now delivering rulings from makeshift tents. Last week, Nepal's Supreme Court became a casualty of rage. Protesters fueled by anger over corruption and a social media ban set the building ablaze, destroying decades of judicial records. The Supreme Court has set up makeshift tents outside its charred remains, resuming operations to meet the urgent needs of Nepal citizens.
ये तो नहीं थी। लोगों को क्या लग रहा था, जो भी काठमांडू में है, मिडिल क्लास लोगों के बच्चे जो एडुकेटेड भी है और उससे नई प्रविधि से सारी चीज़ से है, वो एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या था कि एक पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट होगा, मगर क्या हुआ कि वो प्रोटेस्ट भड़की गई। किसे भड़की गई, उसमें बहुत सारे स्पेकुलेशन जो हुए थे ना, आशंके अब आ रही है। हिंडसाइट में देखिए कई तरह की वीडियो आ रही थी। किसी को एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं था कि पार्लियामेंट की जो बिल्डिंग है वो स्टॉर्म हो जाएगा, ऐसा किसी ने नहीं सोचा था। जरूर सोचा था। अब हिंडसाइट में कोई एविडेंस आ रहा था कि इससे बोल रहा था कि वो बिल्कुल पीसफुल प्रोटेस्ट नहीं था। इसमें अब मेरे को ये बोलने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है कि इसमें बहुत सारी घुसपैठ हो गई। अब तो हमारी न्यूली अपॉइंटेड केयरटेकर प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, वो भी स्पेकुलेट कर रहा है।
As Nepal's first female interim Prime Minister, Sushila Karki takes charge. The nation faces a daunting task of rebuilding trust, institutions, and a fragile democracy shaken to the core.
Well, this is for sure a story of resilience of a society, though of course condemned by its political class. Raghavendra joins us live from Kathmandu. राघवेंद्र, आपने जो बात की अभी एडवोकेट ग्याली से और सुप्रीम कोर्ट की वो तस्वीरें लाए, एक बहुत साफ तस्वीर निकल के आती है। वो ये कि जो ये प्रोटेस्ट हुए थे उसमें इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हो गया था, वो हाईजैक हो गए थे, उसमें गुंडा राज आ गया था। आपको ग्राउंड से ऐसी परिस्थिति का मुआयना करने को मिला है?
बिल्कुल। देखिए, मैं इतने दिन से हूँ, मैंने जो देखा है वो अपना अनुभव कि जो सिचुएशन था, जिस तरह से सोशल मीडिया पर कैंपेन चलाया गया कि 8 तारीख को शांतिपूर्ण ढंग से प्रोटेस्ट होगा, जिसमें जेनजी और तमाम लोगों को उसमें समर्थन था। लोग सुबह 8 बजे, 9 बजे, 10 बजे इकट्ठा होने लगे थे और 1 या 2 बजे तक वो प्रोटेस्ट शांतिपूर्ण चला था। लेकिन उसके बाद अचानक सुप्रीम कोर्ट के गेट को तोड़ा जाता है, फिर उसमें अचानक प्रशासन को जिस तरह चीजें हो रही हैं, उसमें गोली भी चलती, वहां शहीद होता है, फिर इन सब गुस्सा भड़कती है। दिन ये कहा जा रहा था कि जल्दी 9 तारीख सड़कों पर नहीं उतरा था, लेकिन 9 तारीख को पूरा काठमांडू जला दिया गया, जिसमें न तो मंत्री कार्यालय बचा, न सुप्रीम कोर्ट बचा। क्या कहते हैं कि कोई 5 स्टार होटल, जिससे होटलों पर भी आग लगा दिया, तमाम थानों को लूट लिया गया, जेल तोड़ दिया, सब कुछ हुआ इधर। तो इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जो वर्किंग अभी प्रधानमंत्री है शीला कर्क, उन्होंने भी कहा कि पहले नजर में ये लगा
राघवेंद्र,
इसमें भी इस तरह की हिंसा।
राघवेंद्र, आपने बहुत सारी रिपोर्ट्स भेजी हैं, मुझे बताइए कि नॉर्मलसी किस तरह से आ रही है? सुशीला कर्की के बाद क्या पूरी शांति बहाली हो गई है? आपने कुछ एक रिपोर्ट भेजी थी कि पशुपतिनाथ मंदिर आज फिर से खुल गए हैं, शुरू हो गए हैं वहां पे दर्शनार्थियों का आना। क्या जमीन पर परिस्थिति कही जाए कि एकदम नॉर्मल हो गई है?
बिल्कुल। देखिए, जब से इन्होंने शपथ लिया है सुशीला कार्की ने, तब से स्थिति वाकई बहुत तार्किक है। आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट भी खुल गया, मैं गया था वहाँ भी देखकर गया वहाँ तनाव लग गया है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग को जला दिया गया है और बहुत सारी चीजें शुरू हुई है। जेल टूट गया था, जेल प्रशासन भी वहां पर शुरू कर दिए हैं। तो इस तरह की चीजें नॉर्मल हुई है, भी खुल गया है, काठमांडू शुरू हुई है।
ओके राघवेंद्र, आपके थोड़ा ऑडियो में हमें समस्या आ रही है, so we'll try and reconnect maybe and then come back to you. But on the same story, in fact, while in Kathmandu we are seeing this situation, we also have Sri Ravi Shankar, who spoke on the situation in Nepal to our correspondent Gopi Shah a while back. Let's listen to him.
You know, young people are coming out, and Gen Z especially, they need to be given an opportunity to take care of the country, to take care of the whole society. I'm glad that they have come out and the whole issue is all resolved just in 2 days of time. And then after that, the children came on the street, and of course, it's not the intention of children to set fire here and there, but you know, antisocial elements, they just barge into such movements. I wish a very more prosperous, stable Nepal, and I welcome all the Gen Z youngsters that they have proved that they can take responsibility for the country and bring the needed changes, most needed changes in that country.
All right, on to our second exclusive, which is to our western neighbor, Pakistan. From the smoking ruins of Muridke to the sound of bulldozers and concrete mixtures, the Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters are being rebuilt again by subterfuge, by cheat sheet that Pakistan has really copied over years of diverting funds, procuring them in the name of aid, in the name of development, and then channelizing those funds into terror factories that Lashkar-e-Taiba is. In fact, these pictures are of the place, the very nerve center, struck by India's Operation Sindoor. It was reduced to rubble and is now being rebuilt by the Pakistani state apparatus. Is it the deep state? Is it the entire infrastructure that has been built around these markazes, which is being pressed into service to rebuild, is something we have to understand. Pak connections are very clear in this rebuilding of Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters at Muridke. For more on this, Gursimran joins us. These are pictures, exclusive pictures, friends. And even as we play those pictures, Gursimran joins us live from Jammu. Gursimran, while we have the evidence by way of these pictures of Pakistan clearly rebuilding Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters, do we have any information of from where the money is coming? Is it the flood relief money being diverted? Is it the money being raised in the name of Kashmir, which is being given to Lashkar-e-Taiba? Do we have any evidence of the Pakistani deep state's involvement in this rebuilding, given that pictures had emerged of Pakistani generals and army officers attending the funeral ceremonies of the terrorists who were killed in Operation Sindoor?
Yes, Abhishek, if you look back to the date in what has happened in the last 4 to 5 months, this almost clears from where the funding is coming to Lashkar-e-Taiba, who all are supporting. See, first the Muridke was hit. India gave ample proofs to the Pakistan that it was the base of Lashkar-e-Taiba. It was not only the accommodation facility, but also the weapon storage facility and also the training facility of the cadre of Lashkar-e-Taiba. So it was hit by the India using its Mirage, and it was of very few first strikes that India had. It was roughly around 1:10 in the morning of May of 7th when Operation Sindoor was launched. So even then the Pakistan failed to act, and now they are giving a clear-cut an open space for the Lashkar-e-Toiba to rebuild its headquarters, that is Markaz-e-Toiba in Murid-Ke. Now what is happening that they are now removing whatever the structure is left. It is only the support pillars of the structure that were left after the Indian strikes that were carried out on the May 7th in the morning by the Indian Armed Forces. The Air Force carried out those strikes using its Mirage, and now what has happened that they are removing those debris, and with the set deadline of February 5, which happens to be the Kashmir Solidarity Day, which Pakistan has often been playing once as one of the key supporters of the so-called Kashmir cause. So now similar is the case when it comes to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. They have fixed a deadline that by 5th of February they will be fixing it, they will be building a new headquarters, and then there will be a convention that will be held there. Now coming to the support that is coming into being. See, starting from what has happened during the Operation Sindoor, when Lashkar terrorists have taken over the forward outpost of the Pakistani army, because it was Pakistani army that flee from their forward post, and the Lashkar was tasked. The deputy, one of the bodyguards of Saifullah Kasuri, who is the mastermind of Pahalgam terror attack, he was seen in the forward base of the Pakistani army. Then during the floods, we have seen that Pakistani army, some NGOs, and also it's the Lashkar group that was operating there in the flood affected areas. And also remember the FATF report that came a couple of months ago that said that the humanitarian aid is being used by Jaish and Lashkar for their own benefits. The aid is being diverted to them via different channels in the areas that are controlled by Lashkar and Jaish. So it makes it really very clear from where the funding is coming, because there was also a call that was given by Lashkar-e-Toiba that they are going to build 313 markaz all across Pakistan, and for that they need funding some 398 crore, 400 crores. So that funding is also being used. Also the humanitarian assistance that has come for the flood, that is also being used by the Lashkar-e-Toiba to build their this premises once again. But not only this, but 313 markaz all across Pakistan. So Lashkar is now trying to make it the big brother when it comes to the terror groups operating in Pakistan, and this cannot be possible without the active involvement of the Pakistani ISI, because the deep state, they know that without the terror groups being there, they have nothing to do.
Yeah, Gursimran, one quick question before I let you go, because I believe you mentioned that a February 2026 deadline has been put for this project, and that Pakistani state is channelizing about 4 crore rupees by way of funds to get the Murid-Ke headquarters up. Can you confirm that this is part of a larger plan to rebuild the entire terror machinery that was destroyed by Operation Sindoor, and in that sense, Pakistan is really challenging India again?
Yes, Abhishek, there is absolutely no doubt. See, it was on the 50th day that we got some photos from the Lal Masjid that is in Muzaffarabad. It was untouched. There was no construction work that was going on. But as the time surpassed and we are roughly to 115 days after the attack, the India's offensive strikes that have taken place inside the Pakistani territory on the terror basis, Pakistan is now trying to rebuild it. And also by setting the 5th of February 2026 deadline, Pakistan wants, and the terror groups wants them to connect to the people of Kashmir, which have outrightly rejected them. But this also means that on 5th of February, there lies a threat that the Pakistan or its terror groups may carry out some major terror strike, because they want to make this day something memorable as what they have claimed during the ceremony in which they have said that they will be holding a convention there also on the 5th of February 2026. So there lies a threat, and yes, one thing is very clear, that time and again these terror groups are reviving themselves.
Absolutely. Terror groups reviving with full Pakistani state and the deep state backing, unfortunately, which means that when India says Operation Sindoor is not over yet, we are anticipating that we would need another round to teach Pakistan a lesson. Thank you so much, Gursimran, for joining us on this. And moving on to a Republic Super Exclusive. At a time when the nation is debating the biggest tax overhaul since 2017, Republic spoke to the man at the center of it all, Sanjay Kumar Agrawal, chairman of the Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs, CBIC, breaks down the new generation GST reform. From rationalizing rates to cutting disputes, from faster refunds to relief for small businesses. Agarwal says this is nothing short of a transformational reform that has taken place. Let's take a look at this exclusive interview he gave to Gopi Shah.
Joining us is Sanjay Kumar Agarwal. He's the chairman of CBIC. So we welcome you at Republic. The first question that comes to our mind is, what are the parameters behind the rate rationalization? What kind of deliberations went through the ministry?
For this exercise, first of all, we looked into what is causing the complexity in the GST. And we found that complexity is arising because of the multiple rates. The existing rates are 5%, 12%, 18% and 28%. That was leading to a lot of disputes, interpretational issues. So first of all, it was thought that rate structure should be simple. And there has to be one standard rate and only one merit rate. And apart from that, certain goods which may be in the nature of sin goods or luxury goods can be subject to 40% special rate. So that was the starting point, and after that, how the goods have to be placed between standard rate or merit rate, that was decided on the basis of how these goods are consumed, used. So items which are used by common man for meeting their daily necessities, those items were kept on lower merit rate. Likewise, the items which are used, say, in farming sector have been kept at merit rate. The items of mass consumption like textiles have been kept at lower rate. Similarly, the food items where the maximum number of disputes were arising and the items were subject to 5%, 12% or 18%, there the rate has been brought down to 5%. Now all food items are chargeable at 5% rate. Similarly, the items which were in 28%, items for like TVs or large screen TVs or air conditioners or cement. So cement or these kind of items have been brought down to standard 18% rate, and only the items where there cannot be any kind of dispute, which are in the nature of luxury goods like automobiles. And among the automobiles also, I would like to mention that buses or trucks which were subject to 28% have been brought down to 18%. And that, in fact, bringing down the rate on trucks from 28% to 18% will make an impact on our logistics cost, which are stated to be higher than as compared to other developed economies. So only on the cars which are maybe in mid segment or luxury segment, these are subjected to 40% rate.
So in an interview with our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami, Sanjeev Sanyal had in fact mentioned about this, that this is just the beginning. GST reform is just the beginning. What can we expect from the government in the coming months? What else is expected after GST reforms?
I will be talking only about the GST, what more can be done on GST, because otherwise it's a transformational reform and it has taken care of the rate anomalies and made the rate structure very simple. Not GST is truly simple and transparent tax system. On process side also, number of things have been done, like a simplified registration scheme has been introduced for small businesses who are mainly in retailing and may not be issuing business to business invoices. For them, a simplified scheme has been introduced where the registration will be granted on the basis of they are opting not to pass on more than 2.5 lakh monthly ITC. So in such cases, registration will be granted automatically by system without any officer intervention within 3 working days. Likewise, on refund side also, fast tracking has been done in respect of compliant taxpayers, where they have made zero rated export supplies and they are claiming the ITC refund, accumulated ITC refund. In such cases, 90% amount will be provisionally released within 7 days. And likewise, in case of inverted duty structure, because there may be certain inversion in duty because goods have been kept according to nature of goods, maybe at lower rate, whereas their inputs may be finding application in multiple industries. So there the rates are, inputs are subjected to 18%. That may lead to inversion. But since we have quickened the process of granting refunds in inverted duty structure, so that will take care of the situation. But apart from that, there may be more procedural simplification in pipeline. One could be that in return filing, presently the outward liability get auto-populated from their GST1 return, and likewise the input tax credit which is available to them get also auto-populated. And the government has provided two instruments. One instrument in the form of GSTF1A to amend the outward liability. Similarly, another instrument is in the form of invoice management facility on the invert side. So if these two instruments are used by taxpayer, so then the auto population will be exactly how they want to file the return, and there will not be any need to make any amendment. Because what happens if they edit it? So in editing, then the mismatches happen, and then they receive some notice from the department. So that lead to lot of unnecessary paperwork. So we are trying to encourage use of these two instruments to amend their outward liability or input tax credit which they want to avail in that particular month, so that there will not be any mismatches. Presently work is going on to fine tune these two instruments. There are certain technical issues which will be sorted out maybe in a quarter, and once these instruments become mandatory for usage, these mismatches will disappear. It will lead to improved compliances by the taxpayers, and the compliance burden of taxpayer will also come down. Effect of this will also be on fake ITC. So it will be it will bring lot more simplification and streamlining of compliances in GST ecosystem.
So coming to the e-commerce and food delivery services, they have now been included in section 9(5) of CGST, which means that there might be additional charges involved. Now, these are the two major forces behind the India's digital economy. How do you look at this? Is this going to impact the two major forces of digital economy negatively, e-commerce as well as food delivery services?
I will explain it by giving an example. Say when you order food through an e-commerce operator, how many times delivery charges are charged separately? You might have noticed that most of the times you don't find a separate mention of delivery charges. It is only the platform fees or handling fees. So what happens that many of the times ECO operators, they make it part of the platform fees which they are charging from the restaurants, and on that platform fees the GST which is applicable is 18%. And in case they are showing these delivery charges separately and they claim that it is through their delivery partners, and since it is provided by them and they are below threshold, so no GST is to be discharged, so that is leading to many disputes. So what will happen that because of this exercise, 18% on delivery charge services which are provided through ECO operator, those kind of disputes will disappear on interpretation, whether it is provided by delivery partner or whether it has been provided by the ECO operator. And similarly the rate arbitrage, there will not be any rate arbitrage because the platform fees is subjected to GST at 18%. Delivery services will also be subjected to 18%. One more thing which I would like to mention, that since it involves amendment of a section, so amendment will be carried out in the finance bill for amendment in GST law.
So one more concern is how much is it going to percolate to the ultimate beneficiaries? If you talk about the consumers and if you talk about the MRP, there is a concerning factor there, that how much of things are going to become cheaper. What do you have to say about this? How do you look at this?
So far, we have interacted with the industry, and industry is very upbeat and positive that all the benefits which will happen because of the GST rate cuts will get reflected in the prices, lowering of prices, and the benefits will be ultimately passed on to end consumer. Otherwise, also nobody is supposed to make any profiteering out of these GST rate cuts. And India is a very mature economy. There is a lot of competition. If somebody is not passing on the benefits, will get pointed out. And if it is pointed out to Revenue Department, we will take it up with the industry associations. Otherwise, also in such matters, the pressures which get generated, again, may be a big embarrassment for the industry which may not pass it on.
To speak on Get Me Right,